Dun, 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 dun. Almost, world! Gentleman.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Random Stream 4. So, right now, my club is here. I got Toxic here. Say hello, Toxic.
Hi.
And I got Tor here as usual. Say hi, Tor.
Never heard about me, you know, Power Axe, Memanax. Hello, guys.
Let's see here.
I wish for just one of these streams my computer would actually work.
Yeah, that would be awesome, you know.
Yeah.
And we also have a live chat on the group. I mean, on the YouTube link.
Yes, if you
there
join
you can
the chat there, we keep an eye on this stuff. We want you to be a part of the conversation. It's the good time. So, I'm just gonna close the door. Close the door.
Close the door there.
Okay, so there we go.
I'll be right back,
I
guys.
was just closing.
I'll be right back.
Closing some extra. Oh, no worries. So, Tor, how are you doing today?
I'm doing okay. My throat is still a bit sore, but okay. I'm surviving. And how are Toxic doing?
Toxic will be back, but I'm sick.
Yeah, you're sick. Oh, you're sick. We both are sick then.
So I'll try my best as we're having fun here. So, also, it's worth noting that Marcus will be joining us in a bit. He's currently grocery shopping.
Hi, I'm back.
Excellent. Welcome back.
I am trying to pause this stupid computer.
Okay, so there we go.
Yeah, he loves his computer, he says. He loves his computer.
It is a thing of beauty.
That's what Talk saying. He's loving his computer.
Let's see here. Also, for anybody through the live stream here on the chat, feel free to ask any questions at any time. We're more than welcome to have lots of questions. I like questions.
You like them? I thought you love them, you know.
It's totally legit. Totally legit.
You know, you love that picture right there, Dan. You love that picture there.
The thing is it's just a thing of nightmares. I think it's just terrifying.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, what are we going to talk about tonight, Dan? We have
okay, well, tonight is sort of a Zelda-themed night.
We have a special topic here. A Merry Zelda Slashstar Thanksgiving.
Don't forget about the number.
Yes,
314.
Yes, 314. Yes, Slashstar 314. I came across this YouTuber the other day. Sometimes I like to go venturing onto YouTube looking for top 10 lists. Sometimes I like to get people's opinions on things. Tor's made top 10 videos and stuff. I've seen other ones, like some guys I know Tor likes, like Owners of the Triforce, and some of them too. Like, they have pretty good top 10 lists. But this guy, I ran into him on YouTube, of course. But the thing is, if you go to his channel, you'll see what's a little bit odd about his way of doing top lists. So, unlike a Toxic's Dead, but the point is, what happened is this guy takes top 10s to a whole new level. Like, he isn't just top 10. He does, like, top 288s.
Yeah, even that.
He goes all out. Like, he goes all out. Like,
that's incredible. That's incredible. I think that's like every single syllabus in history.
It is, from what I understand about it. So he did a top list. It's like several parts. I think it's like 12 parts, if I remember correctly, where he ranked them all from what he thinks is the worst to the best. Every single one.
Every single one.
Yeah, we're not watching that one.
That's well done, though. It's well done.
Oh boy, I haven't even taken an attempt to watch those. These other videos we're going to be sharing and going through made my head hurt, to be honest with you.
I can just imagine 288 bosses. That's gonna probably take like 12 hours just to make a video about that.
Oh, that isn't even the biggest number he did. You know, there is a countdown list he did that was of every Pokemon up to date. He did a top. I should know this number. It's like 680, 700 something. He went through that many Pokemon, and he had to make the point about that he did it using a computer program. Like, it's not that difficult to rank them if you have stats to work with. You can do that in Microsoft Excel. You don't require like writing a C++ program that necessarily calculates something like that. So I find it just odd that he would need so much just to do something so basic, because all he's doing is he just takes and just sorting the data based on a score he assigns, which, by the way, could have been done even better. Especially that he premises it as he took 3 terms of computer science, and then he did find that it was for him. What maybe this is just the whole point of why he didn't do something more robust. But anyway.
Hey, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Okay.
I decided. I had my thing minimized, right?
Yeah.
So I opened it, and it wasn't the full screen. So I tried to maximize the screen, and I accidentally hit the X button, and I closed the internet.
Ouch.
Oh, toxic.
Fuck you, computer.
Yeah.
Oh my. But on the topic here, the big reason why I want to stream this is just because, okay, the video that we're going to be going through is like almost 50-minute video where he goes through what he calls the top 18 personal hated Legend of Zelda dungeons. That's not a top list. And
First of all, I just have to interrupt. After watching that video, you find so many great dungeons in that video that it shouldn't be called personal hated dungeons. That's like impossible to name it after that list. It should be like the top 18 least favorite dungeons, not hated.
Well, yeah, that's one thing.
Okay.
Although there are a couple of things I do agree with him, but even then, most of what he does is I have no problem with people having an opinion about what they like or dislike. My issue is when they have no good reason to dislike them, but just seem to be making up reasons to dislike them. Like, I'm all happy for people to have opinions, but this guy touts we're going to probably see it in this video where he touts all about how opinions can't be right or wrong, and that we're going to adopt this whole reality where everybody's entitled to their own kind of, all about their own opinions, but never have to be questioned about their opinions, you know? Like,
So
let's just say he has very unique opinions.
Yeah, very unique opinions. I have to say that too. They are really.
So I didn't watch the whole thing. I only watched a little bit of it.
Hey, I never.
That's fine. We're going to be going through the whole thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I would never.
I know we are. That's why I didn't watch it.
You know, some of the dungeons that are
Okay.
there, I think they belong to another top 10 list, not the top 18 hated, personal hated list.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird choices in it, and we're going to be talking about that, of course. But I also want to point out, just because he makes a lot of points about how he's like, oh, this is all logical or something. No, this isn't logical. And you're going to see why. We're going to have some fun with this. Okay, so what I'm going to be doing is, just to make this fair and open, is anybody that's right now in the chat, feel free to keep on asking questions there. We'll stop if you have any fun questions or anything you want to point out. We're always down for that. But if anybody in the stream right now wants to ever interrupt, just say it, and I'll try to pause as soon as I can. But don't make it into a game, like sick. And not in the fun way. Okay, so let's see here. Okay. Let's get this going.
You're gonna screen share with us, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
All right, then I guess I haven't played every Zelda game, but I played most of them. So.
Yeah, but we are excited now, Dan. We are really excited.
Oh dear. Hey, look, it's hell.
Believe it or not, with Zelda, nothing is done by popularity. Think about it. You are the only you in the world. Some groups will say Adventure of Link sucks. Some groups will say Ocarina of Time is the greatest Zelda game of all time. But at the end of the day, it's by how you interpret it is how you're going to enjoy what you're seeing, and no one else. Last time I went
Okay, so he already premised this. Did you catch what he said there? So he's already premised this, that there's some people that just like or dislike certain ones, right? Well, he said that you basically are allowed to have your own opinions, and they don't have to do anything with the external world, whether they're good or bad. So he's going to keep going and basically try to justify this position a bit more. But it gets a little bit more out there.
Yeah, a bit.
This will be fantastic.
over my favorite Zelda dungeons, and like I said, you may like or hate my choices, but that's the point. No one thinks the same. So now it's time to flip the tables on Zelda dungeons with this list. But now there are a few additional rules this time around since we're going into something sensitive like this. First, no easy targets. I won't pick first dungeons because they're dungeons designed to make it easy for newcomer players to get them adjusted to the game, but that's no reason to hate them. Second, this is good-natured fun. Every Zelda player does this. They talk about what makes each temple awesome and what makes others miserable. There's nothing weird or mean-spirited about doing things like this. Think of it like a museum tour. I'm simply showing you around to the art pieces in the Zelda Museum that don't appeal to me. I'm sure if you were the tour guide, it would be a whole new adventure. But that's what makes these tours...
I bet it would be.
Because it's a unique...
I bet it would be.
But yeah, no, you can already tell that he's going to be going the route that he's going to be going the route of, hey, look, you're allowed to your opinion,
Unpopular opinions.
and don't kill me if I say something really like controversial.
I have a very good, bad feeling, I suppose, that he's got very controversial opinions. Very unpopular opinions.
Very unique.
You can already tell that by the way he's talking, you know. Actually,
yeah, he's going to keep justifying. He's going to keep going.
He's trying to justify and defend himself before he's trying to say anything else.
Yeah, that's usually a good sign that somebody just does not have a robust argument to why they enjoy something. They have to basically shield it.
Yeah, basically, I have to.
Yeah, let's keep going.
Is that the magic shield?
Watch countdowns because it's never the same. Third, at any point, I am not going to disrespect any Zelda opinions who enjoy these temples I'm going to list. The reason I'm saying this is that I'm going to say things like, I really hate this music, or use a louder voice. I am not trying to attack your opinions personally. I'm simply saying why I personally didn't enjoy it with the tone to back it up. That's all. You can't get the message of hating things with a boring voice. Alright, we've seen my best, now let's see my worst.
Okay,
Hello, Marcus.
Okay, I don't.
Well, if it isn't Link, or should I say,
Yeah. Marcus, welcome here.
Welcome, Marcus. I'm glad you could make it for hell.
What timing? You just got it right for when he was finishing trying to justify.
Yeah, just
like,
started the video. We started to talk about it.
Yeah, that guy is an idiot. One, the Legend of Zelda is a thinking man's game. I don't get why he want to bash it for something that requires brain power to, trudge through the dungeons of Hyrule, or, talk to the Great Deku Tree to get to your next destination, or
oh yeah, he has some pretty unique opinions.
stronger for you to beat the evil Ganon or Aghanim, whatever. Serious.
Yeah.
It's a thinking man's game. Why would you troll on everybody else's? That's just like you're coming to play Dungeons and Dragons, right? And the dungeon master is like, the dungeon master is a cool guy. He gives you chances for you to roll for initiatives, roll for doubles, basically fun experience for the whole
It seems like we're having some bad signals or bad connection here.
Okay,
Marcus,
it's
don't
not just
die.
my computer this time. Okay.
No, Marcus is dying.
Yeah, it's like Marcus is
Marcus, no!
Yeah, it's so hard to hear Marcus,
Come back to us!
Come back to us, Marcus. Come back to us.
Come back!
We need you here, Marcus. We need you with a stable
Here,
connection.
use a fairy on him! Use a fairy!
Okay, that's like impossible to understand anything of what he's trying to say, unfortunately. But however, he does agree with Slashstar.
Yes. Well, let's keep playing this.
He's actually saying the same thing as we are. That's basically what he's saying.
Hold on.
Give me my link.
So no, let's take number 18.
No, it begins! Oh, so it's one from each game. Oh.
Oh boy.
So is it like
the first thing you'll notice is that there's really long transitions on the countdown.
I don't really mind that. That doesn't bother me
Like,
at all.
it's kind of cool, but it gets it drags. Like,
Hi!
but yeah, you're right. It's he does one from each one. But so basically, he's going to have things on his personal hated Legend of Zelda list that aren't things he actually hates.
Was this video posted after Link Between Worlds came out? Or before?
Yes.
Hey, fellas, just for the
From my
record,
understanding.
I'm in and out.
Yeah.
Just for the record, I'm
Marcus.
in and out. So, please charge it to my busyness, because I am a busy person and I'm a dad, and I got, things to do that's required of me.
That's fine,
It's alright,
Marcus.
Marcus.
But back to my
We're
freaking
all
rant.
rational, except for the guy making this list.
Do I have time for my rant?
Yeah, give your rant.
Yeah.
Give your rant.
Give it a shot.
Okay, like, seriously, Legend of Zelda, Miyamoto and Koji Kondo and everybody involved made this game to a degree that it's more than just point A to point B. You can make it your own way. You can do your own thing. You don't have to do a set course. And for those who hate on that game, solely for the fact that they don't understand the. Is that applause? Anyways, sound like running water. Anyways, it gets to the point where I understand people get frustrated and everything, and we live in a society that's instantaneous. You want things done right away. You don't want to take the time. Well, maybe this game ain't for you. You shouldn't bash on it. Maybe he's looking for attention. Maybe that. Maybe
Maybe he's a troll.
Yeah, I think it's not trolling. It's like trolling.
Maybe he don't want to be a conformist. That's fine. But sometimes you got to choose what you want to conform to or want to be against instead of just... Because, honestly, Legend of Zelda is massively appreciated by a large fan base for the point where you're going to look like a jackass if you speak ill about it. Same thing for Mega Man. Same thing for Sonic. Funny as that brings Sonic up because Sonic had some bad times.
Really bad times.
Yeah.
That's neither here nor there,
Yeah.
Marcus, that's only one comment for that. All that speech, and this is the comment.
But yeah, no, I agree completely with you, Marcus. The main reason why I have such an issue is that he should be putting his opinions out there. I'm fine with him having controversial or unique opinions. My issue is, as we're going to see, some of them are a little bit weak, but he basically premised this whole video as, "Hey, don't kill me, I have weird opinions." But like that's not how you defend your points. Like you're just saying your opinion. But the thing is, at least make it make sense. Like you don't have to turn it into this. Hey, like you don't have to make it into a game. Like who's right? Like your opinion can be totally different than how objectively you could look at the game. Like there's a reason why Zelda games are often highly respected.
There is a reason why Zelda games are highly respected. Because it had humble beginnings. It's one of the very few games that we just came out of a video game drought. So new IPs are mind-blowing. Like the biggest adventure game we had is Adventure for Atari. Sequest, or Sequest, AirQuest, all the Quest games. We're just coming off of that. And after the video game drought, new IPs, this is a breakthrough. This is a new beginning for video games. Legend of Zelda is a frontier runner in the video game industry. Yeah. To call it a bad thing, the only thing that's bad about Legend of Zelda is thinking CDI game. CDI.
I won!
Yeah.
We don't count them.
Nintendo doesn't even
What
want
are
to
we
acknowledge
talking
those ones.
They were testing the waters with Legend of Zelda 2. They were testing the waters. You know how much heat Legend of Zelda 2 got? Because...
Yeah, like,
Zelda
even
2.
me, I'm
Zelda
personally
2.
not a big fan of Zelda 2, but I at least can see, like, a lot of people like that one.
Yeah,
I don't think Zelda 2 is bad at all.
Like, I don't think it's bad. I just don't... I'm much more of a fan of the top-down.
I think it's unfair. It's like... It's not like most games where there's like a difficulty curve. I think it's just difficult, like, it's like the peak of Mount Everest in difficulty, and it's just that throughout the whole game. It's just consistent.
Yeah, it is, even from the beginning of.
There's no easy way to get into it. You either have to be really good at it from the start or not play it. And that's what I don't like about it.
It's all about practice, y'all.
Yeah, it's all about practice.
But then again, I grew up in a different era of games where I wasn't hardened from NES.
Like, honestly, even if you're not good at it, you can always sit back and watch somebody else play it so you can get the...
exactly.
Like,
I enjoy playing Zelda 2.
For example, I have a 9-year-old daughter who plays video games, don't care about it, or just not as passionate as her dad, but plays it as well. Okay? she would attentively sit and watch me play Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword, like, and
That's a
help
great game.
out. Like, look, Dad, there's the spirit orb. Look, Dad, there's a switch you didn't push. You know,
Yeah.
it's not just somebody involved by themselves. It's a group experience with it too. You know.
Yeah. My girlfriend watches me play all the time, and she helps me out too.
Yeah. Even my ex-girlfriend was really enjoying me playing Twilight Princess, you know.
Oh yeah.
Another good game.
But you know, some
I like
people really hate Twilight Princess. I don't see why actually. It's a really good game.
Yeah, I don't get that one myself, to be honest.
This
with
guy,
you.
I watched.
By the way, talk about Twilight Princess. It's probably one of the 3D games with the best Zelda dungeons in it. Overall,
It's a pretty solid one.
Slashstar, whatever. The guy we're watching. He's
gonna
I
start
watched.
talking about Twilight Princess soon.
I watched a couple of the other videos, including his like 288 bosses from the series, right?
Yeah.
And he just praised Twilight Princess every time a boss came up. So I'm expecting there to be one of the yeah.
He's gonna get so many thumbs down. He's gonna get a lightsaber.
Here, let's keep playing this a bit more.
I'll be right back. I'm at my second destination. I'll be right back.
we're gonna play more.
That's cool, Marcus.
Beatty's
Monty's
Palace.
Palace.
Because I haven't played
Beatty! It's not his name.
It's Bati!
He says his name wrong.
Bati! No, it's not Baby.
Yes, it's Bati.
Like it's two A's.
Baby's Palace? Who the hell is Baby?
Where'd the I come in? Except for at the end.
The sad thing is I haven't played this game yet. I haven't had anyone to play it with.
Yeah, that's really it. With me personally, the only reason why I haven't played Four Swords Quest like this is just because I just I don't have the equipment for it. But I know there is a version that's out there that you can play much easier way. But I've definitely played Four Swords Adventures.
Version. I haven't played that one.
Yeah, with you'll get to Four Swords Adventure, and then we're gonna have fun over there. But let's just say he's not a big fan when Zelda tries to delve into things that are somewhat different. Here, let's keep going here. See what the heck he's gonna like. Cause this one I can't comment too much, but we can at least try to analyze what the heck he's saying. Let's go.
Four Swords Anniversary Edition, and I'm not able to play Four Swords or the Anniversary Edition right now. I can't pick a dungeon for this list. I could browse through the videos like I did for the light side, but I saw nothing throughout the footage that would tick me off or look disappointing to consider anything for this list. However, I will say this, but it's not because of the dungeon itself, it's that the boss battle from Beatty's Palace looked very disappointing, and I have played this before on Four Swords 10 years ago.
But that's not the dungeon. The boss fight isn't the dungeon.
Yeah.
So why is he complaining about the boss fight?
Yeah, he's already breaking his own rules. Well, he did, because remember what he just said at the beginning. He said he never.
It says
played
right
this
there
one.
on the title.
Yeah, keep in mind, he just said that he didn't play this one before, and he didn't see anything in particular wrong with it.
So
now he's still trying to justify it.
It's just justifying with a boss
Listen,
battle in a dungeon. Well, at the end of the dungeon.
This is a personal list, right?
This is a personal list.
Right? Well, then how can he talk about a game he hasn't played personally?
Yeah, that's really what kind of annoyed me. I'm like, oh, how can you comment on a game
he's not even talking about the dungeon.
And he's talking about the boss, not the dungeon. Because he clearly has a list for bosses, so I don't quite get that one. Let's see here.
Okay, let me just say some other words. Let me please explain it in other words. It's like you are a mean person, but you are living in a nice big house or like a palace, and then someone is actually saying that they dislike your palace because of you, not because of how it looks like.
Exactly. Great
This is
metaphor.
the boss I'm ratting out on, because I was pushed into a corner to find something to hate. But Beatty's Palace in itself is an incredible dungeon on all fronts, like every level out there. The boss battle...
Holy jeez, Louisa. Oh my god. Did you just hear? He just said.
Yeah, he was like trying to find something to hate about the dungeon. Then why put it on the list?
Yeah, what?
Oh
Go
my god.
on, play on.
Yeah.
is terrible. Beatty hovers above the party, mindlessly moving around with the tornado, and because of this, all four links can chuck up as many bombs as they want to up the chute and he'll go down in seconds. The second form is a little better since it involves teamwork, but it makes for the most disappointing final boss in Zelda history. Alright, now we have the forced nitpick out of the way, which involved a boss and not a dungeon. But since the boss battle is part of the dungeon, I'll just slap to the bottom ring.
You could have just made it to top 17.
But,
Jesus
well,
Christ. All I have to say is Jesus Christ. Oh, let's get on number 17.
Oh no. Oh no.
Even check out what dungeon this is. Check out which dungeon is.
Is it the Temple of Time? Because the Temple of Time I'd actually agree with. Yeah, okay. I agree with this one.
I don't think it's that bad. It's not like I don't hate it. I cannot say I hate it.
It's the same reason I don't like the Shadow Temple from Ocarina of Time. It's
Yeah.
because it's way too linear. It's more of the design, not the atmosphere.
But can you hate it? It's like, can you hate it? It's an okay dungeon. The dungeon itself is okay.
I don't hate it. Okay. Tor, I don't hate it. It's just my least favorite dungeon in Twilight Princess.
Yeah, that's something. Yeah,
It's not a bad dungeon.
It's like
Yeah.
It's like you can eat. It's like some food you don't like, and some food that you like, and there's something that's been okay. And this is like a dungeon that you don't hate, you don't like it, but it's okay.
The boss is pretty cool.
Yeah, Armagoma is the.
Oh yeah, I like the
Armagoma dungeon.
and the Dark
I mean,
Knight. The Dark Knight was good.
but
Yeah.
we are not counting the boss. But we are not counting the bosses there.
Yeah,
We're talking
but
about-
he's killing the bosses, Tor. He's
Yeah,
killing the
yes.
bosses.
Yeah, we can break the rules too.
Let's break the rules for
Break
this.
some rules, yo.
Well,
Good gangster.
my
on this.
biggest complaint about the Temple of Time is from Twilight Princess is mostly because it's so linear, and you just have to walk one path all the way to the top and one path all the way to the bottom, and then you fight the boss.
Yeah,
But
very
another
linear.
reason is after you beat the Temple of Time, you like never use the Dominion Rod again, the item of the dungeon. You only use it to get the pieces for the sky, and that's it, never again.
You find it just to use the ladders to the sky.
Yeah.
Sky, to the city in the sky.
Yeah.
City in the sky.
Yeah,
that's
you
all
need to get to the
It's
city
really
of the sky.
all I dislike about it.
But that's
I
not-
really only
that's-
dislike it because it's so
that's
straightforward.
Nintendo's fault. That's been Nintendo's fault that they did not make any other use of it.
Yeah, I enjoyed the dungeon personally. I do agree that it was a bit linear, but at the same
Yeah.
time, it did a lot of cool things. You know, I like that statue gimmick.
Yeah.
that it has. That's
Yeah.
pretty cool. I like when you
Yeah.
get full control of it, and just like wham and bust gates.
And the small bugs.
Yeah.
I don't recall what they've been
Like-
named, but
like
the
if we-
small bugs were cool. And they were fighting some really looking gomas.
Yeah,
If we're
Yeah,
gonna
that's
include
right.
bosses in this,
Gomas.
if we're gonna include the dungeon bosses in this, then I really like Armagoma. Armagoma is one of my favorite bosses in the game.
No. That's my favorite Goma version of all time.
Oh, I like the Wind Waker Goma the best.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
awesome.
It's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's good.
I like this one
agree
too, where you
with
just like smash its guts.
Yeah, that. Yeah, I
Yeah.
like the Wind Waker one. I
agree,
like
I
the
agree
Ocarina of
with
Time
that.
one. Though I never knew about that one trick. Toxic showed me it when I was over at his place. He showed me how you could kill Gama really, really fast in Ocarina of Time.
Yeah, you kill Goma in 3 hits.
Yeah. By the way, also, if you think about the dungeon, if you want the mood, I think the music is okay if you do it.
Yeah.
He's also talking about the music. I think he's talking about the music in the
He
video.
talks about the music
Play
too.
Play on.
He does? Alright, let's go. We got our opinions out of the way.
The Temple of Time from Twilight Princess. Okay, Twilight Princess, I defended you front and back. You have immersive elements. You have great dungeons, great detail, great concepts, but the Temple of Time doesn't reflect any of those things. It feels like other than the nostalgic throwback from Ocarina of Time, this dungeon doesn't have anything going for it. Now this is where my bias comes in. As long as the music is good, especially with a gem like this, then I can sit down and pray through this dungeon despite its flaws. It's amazing how music will make or break a dungeon for me in making it bearable, which is why this is pretty low. There's that nice music to soothe your ears through this bad dungeon. In fact, it's in my top 50 Zelda songs of all time. Nudge, nudge. Before I get to the negatives, I want to say something. I actually like this temple quite a bit. I think it's a decent temple, and nothing in it really drives me up the wall about it. It's more about if I had to choose a dungeon to hate dungeon, but I honestly don't hate it. But I can describe.
What? What the? What the heck?
What did he say? I missed it.
He said that he had to pick it because he needed one to hate on, but he thinks that he thinks it's good.
Make it a top 16. Take out the these two
so far
entries
we've knocked off two. So far we've knocked off two off this list. So
because he had them obligatory. He felt like they were obligatory.
What the heck?
It's
Like,
not
even
close.
He put them on the list because he felt obligated to. Are you serious?
You could just rename the video to something like the dungeons I dislike most in each game or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have worked fine. That would have worked for making thing, because that's basically what it is.
Yeah. But it's
And
just so
the list
funny
is
that he
getting
has
better
something
for each
low-hanging fruit, you know?
And it's getting better and better for each time you watch this.
So,
Play on that.
I thought it'd be cool.
Get to number 16.
Oh, okay.
We
I was
heard
going to
most of
ask what your guys' favorite dungeon from Twilight was.
The environment is a little too formal for my taste. The puzzles weren't to my liking, especially.
I just have to comment on that. It's a temple. How is too formal a bad thing?
I don't know. And by the
Even
way,
then-
I like the way you can control the statue. I like that being the statue.
Yeah.
You can just.
But I just find it so weird that he would say formal. Like a temple, temples are typically formal places.
So he doesn't like formal? He doesn't like formal?
I guess.
I've got a bad feeling
about.
about Twilight.
Also,
I've got a very bad feeling about Skyward Sword.
Hey, and by the way, he's also going later on in the video. He says something that he wants the adventure. He doesn't want the looks. Just notice the different.
Then why is he complaining about it?
He's picking up. Just notice that throughout the video.
Yeah, one thing I thought I'd point out while he's saying this, he said, "Oh, it's a nostalgic throwback." The only thing that's a nostalgic throwback is how you enter the dungeon. But even then,
And it plays the Ocarina
like
of
that,
Time
like you
music.
don't run into spiders and enter the actual Temple of Time that this dungeon actually is. You only enter where you were. Like even then, I don't know. This is one of those things because they don't quite confirm if that Temple of Time is the exact same Temple of Time as it is in Ocarina of Time.
Well, they kind of imply it, 'cause
kind
it's
of.
got the same music, same layout, and all
Yeah.
that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It's just I find it weird that he's like, oh, it's a nostalgic throwback. Like the dungeon itself is nothing nostalgic about it except for the boss and my name.
And also the minibus. The minibus.
Yeah, the Dark Nut. But even then, you don't like associate. You'd be like Temple of Time. Oh, did you find a Dark Nut in Temple of Time?
I think this might be the best version ever of Dark Knight in any Zelda game, maybe.
Yeah, like how you rip apart the armor and stuff. That's what.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the Wind Waker.
Actually, even if it isn't, even if it's not actually nostalgic, even if it is a nostalgic throwback, I mean, you didn't even fight Dark Nuts in Ocarina of Time. They were Iron Knuckles, which are an entirely different enemy, apparently.
Yeah, they're different. Iron Knuckles are different.
Yeah, in the Spirit Temple especially.
They're more easy. Yeah.
Spirit Temple.
Yeah.
Oh
Here,
yeah.
I
that's-
love that dungeon.
I'll play the end
No,
of this
Spirit
gun first, but we get to the whole thing, and then we'll express the rest of our thoughts on this one. How's that sound?
Sounds fine.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Let's
Also
go.
gonna be your.
Let's go down to number 16.
Follow the leader puzzle with the rod. I'm not a fan of straightforward dungeons, and unfortunately this to me feels a bit to me like one of those in my opinion. Again, I think it's a decent dungeon, but it is my least favorite dungeon in Twilight Princess.
What's next? Oh, the Oracle games. I've never played them, so I can't share my opinion.
I played through them on my 3DS.
Those are the Capcom ones, right?
Yeah.
It's like Link's Awakening.
The Snakes remains from Oracle of Seasons, so I can't pick the first dungeon, and the rest of the dungeons in Oracle of Seasons are just so good. So many cool toys, excellent.
Oh, so you're left with the only choice left. Okay.
However, Oracle of Seasons also doesn't get going at all until the third dungeon, so by process of elimination, we're left with the second dungeon.
Are you fucking serious? This is another one you could not go.
Process of elimination, suckers.
You know,
Are
let's
you
just
serious?
go on. Let's go on.
But like the one thing I just have to point out, and this is something that's very important to point out about Oracle of Seasons and Oracle of Ages. From my understanding, at least this is what Nintendo Power would said back when this was all brand new stuff. The big idea was that Oracle of Seasons was a throwback to the first Zelda game and Link to the Past. At least when it comes to its puzzles and dungeon design. Oracle of Ages is a throwback to Ocarina of Time and Link to the Past. And then Link's Awakening is kind of just thrown in between. So you'll notice that the dungeon styles in Oracle of Seasons don't quite pick up until later on, because this is the second dungeon. Even then, it's not a bad dungeon in any respect. He's just just fighting the hate, you know?
It's not fit to hate.
I never played the Oracle game, so I can't really throw
And
my
by the
opinion
way, that particular room there, I remember that you have a very short time to actually get to that chest. So
Yeah.
you have to be, you have to time the bombs, etc. You have to be quick in that one, actually.
Mm-hmm. Here, let's. But yeah, this dungeon I had absolutely no issues with whatsoever. It's a definite throwback to the original Legend of Zelda.
All the dungeons in that game were good.
Yeah.
I guess his idea for making this list was like, I guess I gotta find a dungeon in every game that I hate the most. So here, I guess that's basically what he was thinking.
Okay, the first dungeon we can forgive for being easy and barren to any Zelda game, but no, not here. Every dungeon is supposed to be progressive and add more interesting and difficult concepts from the last one, but the Snakes Remains is unique in that it failed to progress in any way. Difficulty, none. Interest, no. Item, nada. This place is an empty storage shed with no strategy. Thankfully, here's a couple of good news with this case. The first and second dungeons in this game are extremely short, and in this case, this is why it's slow, is that the pain doesn't last long, about 10 minutes, and the dungeon itself doesn't exactly tick me off, so I don't really hate it. More a disappointing vibe rather than anything in it that personally brushes me a bit about it. But still, think of what's happening here. If I find a second dungeon disappointing, and that is supposed to be easy in a Zelda game, and I notice something wrong, that's a problem. Nobody likes going on training wheels. It's fine for the first dungeon, but most of us want to go off and go explore. So keeping them on for the second dungeon kind of bums me out. But again, not really a big deal compared to the further entries by a long shot. More of a nitpick, really.
Okay, so he was like, at least the pain doesn't last long, right?
Yeah.
It's a shame. It's a shame this video is 46 minutes because the pain is going to last a very long time.
Yeah. What we're gonna do is we're going to just let him play for just a bit, like even halfway through what he's saying, or we'll go all the way through. That way, at least you get the whole thing out, and then we can just have fun with it. How about that?
Yeah.
So he does
I got
Master
half
Quest
full
and
level.
Ocarina?
Yeah, he's got them all.
Okay,
So,
well,
let's go on. Let's go on to the
Alright.
next dungeon.
I just still find it weird that he would bash a dungeon that, by the way, I thought, as on the note I was saying, like, if you, like in the original Legend of Zelda, even the second dungeon doesn't pick up much pace. So I don't get why he would expect the second dungeon in this game when those dungeons are inspired by those dungeons, especially the boss is...
Dungeon in Legend of Zelda, the moon, I think it is. It's the moon, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
that dungeon is not...
You can be playing these with a different perspective.
That dungeon is not much harder than the first dungeon in any ways.
Oh yeah, but in the first Zelda game, the first dungeon and the second dungeon aren't really that difficult wise, aren't that
They're
different.
not that different.
Yeah, that's basically what I'm saying. It's because
The only
Oracle
dungeons
was inspired that way.
Yeah. Okay, let's go on to the next.
Yeah, let's go on. Let's go on.
What game is that?
Wait and see.
Oh,
Link's
boy.
Awakening.
I still need to play that.
This is going to be hilarious.
Alrighty, let's go.
I was
Okay.
getting my stuff.
I agree with you, the transition's done.
Look what dungeon he picked.
Eagle's Tower.
The Eagle's Tower from Link's Awakening. It's amazing how doing lists like these change your opinions of Zelda games. When I went through the Link's Awakening dungeons,
No, it's not.
I particularly liked, but I didn't find anything I hated at all either. So having to go into super nitpick mode, if there's one thing I had to choose I didn't like, it was from the Eagle's Tower. The Eagle's Tower in itself is an incredible dungeon. Arguably the hardest and one of the favorites, and it should be my favorite since I like challenging dungeons, but I didn't exactly like the end result. You see, the objective of this dungeon is to take this wrecking ball and knock down 4 pillars to get this dungeon done. At this point, the dungeon is fulfilling and well thought out, but Link's Awakening has some really anticlimactic bosses in my opinion, including ones like the England
Oh, jeez, the boss again.
a good couple of hours, and you would expect a great boss to keep the level of entertainment going, but no. It's a stupid bird with a stupid villain in a stupid, predictable fight. Again, this is...
Stupid YouTuber with a stupid list.
Yeah. That's what I said.
Are you... The boss again! He's talking about the boss, not the dungeon!
What's about the dungeon?
Oh yeah, but the main
He says about the dungeon. I don't
like
think
my
that's
main
the
beef with
dungeon.
this, yeah, but yeah, the
That's
main
the
beef
pillars.
I have.
You have to throw the wrecking ball and destroy the pillars, and that's quite a good way to actually make a dungeon for once.
Like, it's very distinct. Like, it's very distinct. A Zelda game up to that point never did something like that.
No, that's the first Zelda dungeon ever.
Like, the dungeon is modified by knocking the pillar over, and you want to bring the tower down. That's basically the objective to get to the top.
Because usually the thing that's
That sounds-
near this... listen to this. The thing that's closest to this is probably one of the... I think it's the Oracle of Seasons, where we have to use... Oracle of Seasons or Ages. A second dungeon where you have to throw a bomb to actually blow up a hole into the... dungeon entrance. That's the closest thing you get to this.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
But even then, I just find it weird how he nitpicks the boss. Like, there is nothing in Zelda
Yeah.
up to this point that is like a side-scrolling boss fight on top of a tower like this.
But
So, like,
how can you
I
pick
thought
a
this was
dungeon? How can you hate
dude, and I thought this was the coolest boss in the game at that point. And I really liked that enemy.
Yeah, but
And
still...
here he is complaining about it.
And then, like, shoots the enemy, shoots those things at you.
Dan, how the heck can you pick a dungeon because of the boss if you hated? It's like personal hated Legend of Zelda dungeon. How is
Yeah,
that
Boss,
possible?
I have a feeling that this list should have been renamed to bosses instead of dungeons.
Yeah, it's almost that.
Everything
because-
but the dungeon.
Yeah, everything
I
but
personally hated dungeons except the dungeons.
Okay, the
Yeah, he's
first
not even
thing,
talking about the
number
boss.
18.
I mean, the dungeon.
Number 18. Number 18. He never played that game himself, he told us.
Yeah, and he's complaining about it anyway.
Number 17 was because of the boss.
Yes.
And now we have this because of the boss too.
Yeah, and the Temple of Time is just there because.
Because
Yeah,
he doesn't like
because.
formal
Yeah.
things. Remember that.
Yeah.
He doesn't like dungeons that are formal, so any temple should be on this list.
Yeah.
Here, let's keep going here.
Extreme, but when the dungeon was done, I felt unfulfilled, drained, and disappointed. It had the right tools, a great dungeon, a great concept, great difficulty. I understand
Great
it.
dungeon! He just said it!
He said it was a great
He
dungeon.
just said it was a great dungeon! So why is it on the list? Oh,
Oh, boy.
Not a good highlight for me.
man. Oh, okay. Since they're pretty much all the same.
Disappointing. This puzzle is the same puzzle from Island Palace. No innovation here. Disappointing. Next, it isn't longer branches out enough, and I happen to pick the right direction to breathe right through it compared to the other dungeons. Now
What
here's
dungeon is this?
ropes aren't threatening. They just appear in your face.
Which dungeon was this? I kind of missed it.
Oh,
Since you
it's
skipped
the,
over the music.
Oh, it's the Maze Palace.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I skipped a little ahead because they were playing some copyrighted music. I'm like, oh no, I don't want to get that one.
It sounded like a remix, so I don't think you'd get in trouble for that.
Yeah, I don't know. But no, this time he's actually giving some reasons to why he dislikes this dungeon.
Yeah.
Like some structure, something actually relating to the dungeon's design itself.
Yeah,
know,
this is
like
like
reasons,
the one
you
he
know?
actually wanted to.
All the other ones have seemed very superficial or not even about the dungeon itself.
And now we are down to number 15, and that's the first time he's actually taking on the dungeon.
Yeah, maybe it'll get better from here.
First problem came with this quarter.
But I
Looks
got it.
interesting enough, right? But this is repeated twice. No challenge here. Disappointing. This puzzle here is done twice, but it's the same puzzle from Island Palace. No innovation here. Disappointing. Next, it isn't longer branches out enough, and I happen to pick the right direction to breeze right through it compared to the other dungeons. Now here's the cake. Whiz ropes aren't threatening. They just appear in your face, and you can get around their fireballs easily, removing their challenge. This is mocked so badly with Karok, the boss of the dungeon where you simply put down your shield and watch the show on one of the worst Zelda bosses ever created. I've got the first part of the top 288 Zelda bosses to back that up. Thankfully, every dungeon is satisfying, which makes this dungeon's flaws stand out more. Some may ask, why not put the Great Palace on here? Well, at least they gave you the decency of putting a checkpoint there, which is perfect to compensate for how far and hard that dungeon is. But the Maze Palace, don't repeat elements, be original, and keep the difficulty up like the rest of Adventure of Link. That's all I ask for.
Okay, yeah. I actually agreed with a lot of things he said.
Yeah, that's the
That was
first
a good one.
Thing, though.
I very much agree with with the thing he said about the boss. I mean, if we're talking about bosses here, we obviously are.
Yeah, it's been talking
That
about
is
bosses.
probably the worst designed boss I've seen in this fucking series.
No, it's like he's talking about the bosses every time.
Well, the one thing that I do
Well, then
have
let's
to
just include the
say,
boss part of the
there's one thing I do have to say though. He makes his main reason, like you know how he said, like I like a challenge, I like it when it's original. Well, he just say that Eagle's Tower, like didn't he just give that same reason for Eagle's Tower? Like it's original.
No, he said
and
Eagle's
it's
Tower was a
challenging.
great dungeon. So
I'm confused. Like why go back to that reason if you've already said that reason is something you actually like? So that's just one minor thing. I was just like, what? Like if you're gonna use that reason, use it consistently.
Yes.
And let's keep going here.
What's
I have a feeling this one's going to be bad.
What is that?
Wait and see. Wait and see. Number 13,
Oh.
Spirit Tracks.
I have not played the DS games.
I played through almost.
But my brother Nick claims that these are some of the best Zelda games. So. Marine Temple.
The Marine Temple from Spirit Tracks. Usually in Spirit Tracks, there's a gimmick that gets expanded on in a dungeon. For example, one gives you the boomerang, but the ice flame you hit affects water. Nice. Another one involves redirecting. Not too shabby. This one involves the stand wand with moving around rolling spiked bridges. Definitely a thumbs up. Now the Marine Temple, afraid not. Now to explain this dungeon and its gimmick, you get the whip down the line and can start using it to cross gaps by swinging across them. And that's it. Nothing is innovative with it. The entirety of the temple is revolved around using this whip left and right just for a monotonous bridge substituting and thorn picking. Now I've heard the argument in the Zelda series when a weapon becomes useless after the dungeon is complete. But in this case, it's used so much in the dungeon itself, I don't want to use it after the dungeon. Now picture that you have the Megaton hammer from Ocarina of Time and used it 50 times on 50 switches all in a row in a dungeon. This is what the game feels like.
Well,
Unoriginal. That's all this dungeon is. Gaps, 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 and more gaps. I get it, there's gaps. Plus, add on that the uninteresting boss involved with more gaps, more thorn picking, which is extremely unimpressive too and didn't expand on the whip much. Just add a twist! That's all you had to do, Marine Temple. Just spruce it up a bit, but alas, you did not. So you must suffer on my list.
Jesus.
Yeah, Jesus. That's
that fire temple. That fire temple thing made me laugh really hard.
oh yeah.
The thing that bugs me, is okay, so a whip, a quick weapon to use, you compare it to the Megaton hammer. Like, that's a really weird way of comparing them, you know?
Yeah. The only experience I have with a whip in the Zelda series is the one from Skyward Sword, so I don't really know much about that.
It's a very quick weapon, so I don't understand why it's like, oh, well, imagine if you use the Megaton hammer, a whole bunch of switches in a row. Well, you don't normally see that in a Zelda dungeon. You can see, even in Wind Waker, you see this, where you have a grappling hook, and you go up. Dungeon. Like, does he not like that as well? Because it's like the dungeon is utilizing it, but the whip is a quick item, like a quick weapon. So I don't quite understand.
Yeah, and I'd argue in Wind Waker it's actually very, very slow because you got to go into first person, you got to aim, you got to throw it, watch the cutscene, and then you get a swing, and then you got to do that again and again and again.
Unless you target.
Well, no, you can't target in when you're trying to swing across like pits and stuff.
Oh yeah. You only can do you can target first, then use the grappling hook, then you can steal stuff.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the platforming aspect of it.
Yeah, the actual stuff.
It's really, really long. It's really long to use it.
Yeah, that would make sense to compare to the Megaton hammer and switches. The switches take a while.
I'd actually say that the grappling hook is worse. But I like the grappling hook. It's a fun item.
Yeah, it is.
Sorry, we're not even talking about what he said.
Here, let's see here.
The final battle just before the final battle against Ganondorf.
Oh yeah.
Ocarina
of you fucking. Oh no. What is it?
Yes. You're gonna get surprised.
What? What? No. Is this what he's picking?
It's the Forest Temple.
Are you fucking kidding?
Yeah,
okay, if you know me, you'll know that this is my favorite area in any video game to ever exist.
It's a very ambient environment. It's very, very.
This is a theme. This is a really good theme.
In my opinion, this is the best designed dungeon in the series. I want what? And if we're including bosses, it's even better. Okay, it has one of the best bosses in the series too.
Yeah.
Let's just play while I go for a heart attack in a corner.
But yeah, you'll see what his justification is. It's so
Okay,
let's see it. This is the theme, and I'll talk about this after we get through this one. I'll explain the big thing he misses when we get to the end of this. Here, let's endure this.
My favorite dungeon, and it's just like, oh, it sucks.
Yeah.
Why?
The Forest Temple from Ocarina. As I said before in my other list, when you play this game so many times, it pushes you into a desensitized gutter that not many Zelda players will understand. So the Forest Temple,
okay.
it was my favorite temple for a while. The 4 ghost concept was great. It's a really eerie and immersive dungeon. The puzzles were really something else. And then many playthroughs later, the negatives that seemed so small at the time when I first played the Forest Temple started to come back to haunt me through later playthroughs. So first the music. When I heard it the first time, it subconsciously reminded me of sheep grunting. Listen closely.
What? What?
So that got annoying. At first it was great at how it gave out this creepy vibe, but this instrument right here started to really get on my nerves over time. Plus add on that the other instrument, which sounds like it drones on, it's a very distracting piece of music to my ears. Also, the environment hasn't been growing on me either. Over time, I started to realize how colorful and refreshing all of the other dungeons were. Yes, including the Shadow Temple. And then I look back at this and say, it's very unique, and maybe that's why I liked it so much the first couple of playthroughs. But overall, I think I prefer the consistent themes the other dungeons had in the long run, in my opinion. I broke my nostalgia goggles with this game, and I still think it's a great game, but I've lost my fondness for it. And to be brutally honest, it felt like the only reason I liked this temple in the first place was only because of nostalgia. But now looking at the temple objectively with my own opinion, I consider it far inferior to every other Zelda temple, including the Water Temple by a long shot. But remember that this is my opinion. If you love the Forest Temple, great. Don't let me hold you back on that thought, and I mean no disrespect. You have every right to enjoy the Forest Temple as much as you do.
Wow. Are you fucking serious? Did that just happen?
Okay.
Did that just happen?
Yeah, let me first.
He's complaining about the music.
Yeah. Okay. How about I'll let you go first, then I'll go.
No, you go first. I need to collect my thoughts.
So the one thing that he totally misses out, he's like, oh, unlike the other ones, it lacks a theme. Like, okay, this is what at least this is what you kind of gather from common sense. You go to the future. This is the dungeon you have to beat in order to go back to the past if you ever want to. This is basically the first. If keep in mind, you can always go after the other dungeons, but you, like the fire and water, right? But provided you have the right equipment. But the thing that bugs me, like, you kind of missed the point. The reason why it's so dark and kind of dreary and filled with misery. It's because that's the kind of feeling you want. The game wants. At least this is just my opinion, as he would put it. It's to set you into the mood of entering the adult world, which is much more darker and something that is going to transition you from being a child to an adult in the game. It's kind of like that dungeon. It's meant to be like the transition.
So, like, okay, I agree with you. I agree with the transition aspect of it. Yes, it's a lot darker than the child dungeons. But you could say the same thing about the Deku Tree. It's also pretty dark.
You know, even the music is actually making it feel darker too.
Yes, it has a very, very eerie theme to it.
Talking about the music is distracting him, or making I don't know.
It was distracting to my ears. I hear this thing. It's called music.
Yeah, but like the Forest Temple is my favorite dungeon in the series, and like the first thing he says is that after he got desensitized to playing it over and over again, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I speedrun this game for a couple years, and I've played it over a total of 500 times, over 500 times in my life.
Wow.
I feel that even after destroying these dungeons multiple times, that Ocarina of Time has the best dungeons in the series, and the Forest Temple being the pinnacle of them.
Yeah, and I think about at the same level as Ocarina of Time as he goes for the dungeons.
Yeah, yes. Yeah. Because like personally for me, while we're on the subject, Tor, what's your favorite dungeon, Tor?
Like my overall time dungeon?
Oh, in Ocarina of Time. Since we're on that subject.
Oh, I think maybe my personal favorite one might be Spirit Temple, but it's like
Yeah,
it's so
actually,
between the dungeons. It's hard to pick that big number one.
yeah,
But
there's a lot.
if
There are
I
a lot of them
say
that I
Spirit
love.
Temple, I would
Like,
say
there's
Spirit
a-
Temple,
yeah.
especially if you go for the Master Quest edition at least. Then I would say
Oh,
Spirit
you'll
Temple.
get to that one.
But the thing is, his complaint about the music was,
It's very confusing.
yes, chic grunting. What? But
But
no,
still,
seriously, I think.
Still, even if a dungeon is a good dungeon, you don't let it be a personal hated because of the music.
And to be honest, it is my opinion that the Forest Temple is the best, and I can kind of acknowledge that it's his opinion that it's the worst. But like, but still, the points he make aren't very solid. It's mostly
Yeah.
considering the music, and you'd think since he's talked about it in every other entry prior to this, he'd talk about Phantom Ganon. But I guess if he did that, it would kind of lose credibility because I know he loves that. And to be actually, in fact, in his list of 288 Zelda bosses, Phantom Ganon was in the top 30, and he also said he loved the Forest Temple in that entry. So I don't even know what the hell is going on right now.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
I
that's
remember
kind
because
of
I was looking
funny.
at those videos briefly, and I saw it in the comment section. And he's like, "Oh, you're gonna eat those words later."
We have to watch that top 288 bosses.
Oh my, we'll be here all night and day.
Yeah, it's like
We will.
it's like a couple hours long.
But yeah, that was just painful. Like the
Yeah,
reasons he
so-
provides, it's just the fact that he thinks that opinions aren't correct or incorrect, because it can be such a thing. Like if you say something,
Hold on, guys.
Yes.
I'll be right back, so don't continue yet.
Okay, Tor and I will talk.
Hang on for your toxic.
But yo, it was just like that's the one thing. Oh yeah, I was gonna tell you what my favorite was. Yeah, I have too many favorites, but I would say it's got to be somewhere along the lines of the Spirit Temple. I like the Shadow Temple. This is hard.
Yeah, Shadow Temple is a great dungeon or temple. It's
I remember when I was a kid, when you go into the cemetery for the first time when you're like a kid.
Yeah.
when you go into the hole where the re-deads are, like when you go through that corridor, that was like the scariest thing for me when I was a kid.
Yeah, you're gonna get the Sun's song, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, Song of Storms.
Yeah, a Song of Storms. Yeah, that one.
No, Sun Song. No,
Oh,
Sun Song.
because
Sun
Song of
Song.
Storms is in the
Not
Wii.
really.
And Song of Storms. Oh,
I feel like I'm one of the Poe sisters now.
I think it's
Yeah.
isn't it
I
Sun
can feel
Song?
like
Because
I
you
feel
get
like I'm one
this
of the Poe
song.
sisters.
No wait,
I feel-
somebody's gonna correct me on this. Tor, you gotta look this
Okay,
up.
guys, I'm back.
I kept okay.
So
You might know this, Toxic. Okay, I'm having a huge
What?
brain fart, and I feel absolutely terrible for it. Who do you learn the
Okay.
Sun Song from in Ocarina of Time?
you don't learn it from anybody. You learn it in the graveyard in the royal family's tomb.
Yeah. You get it in the cemetery, right? In that.
That's
Yeah,
actually
in the royal family's tomb.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
when you play Zelda's Lullaby in front of
Yeah.
the Triforce
Tombstone.
symbol
Yeah.
on the stone or something on the ground or whatever it is again. Then it will.
How
make
did we get to the sun
ground.
song?
Oh,
Then it will-
I was I was talking about my favorite, and probably like it's really hard for me because I like the Forest Temple. I like all the dungeons. So I said I kind of lean
Yeah.
towards Spirit Temple because of the build it has. I like the fact that you can go there when you're a kid and an adult, and it has a two-parter kind of thing going on for it. But at the same time,
Yeah.
it also incorporates a lot of gimmicks that are from the old, like the first Zelda game, but also manages to
Mhm.
twist it nicely with the mirror shield. That I love fighting the Iron Knuckle.
Yes. And the Twin Rova fight is one of the best in the series.
Oh yeah,
I love that
that
fight.
is really beautiful.
And that, in my opinion, is
380 to 400 years old.
my favorite item in the series is actually the mirror shield, and I believe that use of the mirror shield in that boss fight is probably the best use of it in the series. It's just so cool absorbing the power of magic and using it against the boss. I think that's really cool.
It's the same boss that's using the magic towards you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Here, let's see what's going on next.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see what else can give me a heart attack. Oh, the other Oracle game.
Oracle Ages, yeah.
Well, at least it's nothing I'm familiar with.
Oh yeah, the cave. Mermaid's cave, I'm sorry. Mermaid.
The Mermaid's
I
Cave.
really love that dungeon.
I've been blind for so many years. Why did I not see this? On the surface, the Mermaid's Cave looks like one of the best out there in Oracle of Ages because of its concept to enter the dungeon both from the past and the present. But past that positive, this actually isn't a well thought out dungeon at all in my opinion. You see, because the dungeon is split between past and present, there are essentially 2 dungeons here, which sounds awesome, but we're left with 2 disappointing subpar dungeons in that wake. I think Oracle of Ages is an ambitious game with its puzzles, but I think they focus too much on the grand scheme rather than the little detailed pieces in this case, which I had to say isn't a good approach compared to the other dungeons. These 2 dungeons are cakewalks. There's no puzzles, barely any enemies, and these dungeons put up the resistance of opening an unlocked door. Yes, that easy in the 6th dungeon of all places. The most excitement comes from getting the item from one side while finishing the dungeon in the other. Plus add on that the mini-boss and the boss isn't as exhilarating as other Oracle of Ages dungeons with its usual WoW standard, not a good call. This taught me something. Just because something has a unique gimmick for it doesn't automatically make it a good thing if it isn't executed gracefully. Like all Zelda games, every, and I mean every Zelda game, does have their triumphs and flaws. And well, Oracle of Ages, you're not perfect either. I'll still love you, but you're a Zelda game and have shortcomings just like the rest of your family. Though, I have to admit, it is an impressive concept, and the puzzles are still there as they should be, which is why this is number 11. It still did alright in my books.
Still alright.
Okay. Well, yeah, well, the thing is, at the end there, I like how he acknowledged that it was ambitious, and that it was still not as bad as some other
dungeons. Still being alright.
Yeah, well, for me, like, I actually like that dungeon quite a bit.
I did too. You know,
yeah, I actually really like it. It's very action-based.
You know, there's some really hard puzzles too if you don't know actually what you're gonna do.
Yeah, I kind of like it because it's kind of like the Spirit Temple where you go between the past and the future and stuff like that.
Yeah, Oracle of Ages, that's the big thing, is that you go back and forth in time.
Yeah, several times.
I wouldn't know since I've never played it.
So this would be really good to compare to, like, imagine if you took, like, something like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of a good example, like, something like any kind of the water temples, like any one of them, and then, like, hybridized it with Spirit Temple. That's basically what this one is.
Well, that's cool.
It's a cool idea. It has a lot of neat things going on with the water parts.
On the topic of water temples, I mean, a lot of people give them a little bit of flack, but I don't think they're as bad as people say they are.
Oh yeah, people are way harder on
with the exception of one, but we'll talk about it when we get to that game. There's one I don't like.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I think I know which one you're talking about, but we'll see. We'll see.
But knowing this guy, being Mr. Unpopular Opinions, he probably won't pick it. He'll probably pick the one everybody likes.
Yeah, you might be the case. But one thing I wanted to point out is, you notice in that one he dodged a lot of this. It's like, oh, he asserts that all the Zelda games aren't perfect and they all have flaws.
Yeah.
But then he says, but he asserts immediately afterwards, he says, oh, but they aren't perfect in my opinion. But then he reverts back to it and starts saying absolute terms all of a sudden. Like, what are you saying? Are you saying your opinion, or are you stating something you think is true?
Yeah.
So, like, that's one thing
I think every Zelda game has
with this guy. It's like, make it clear what you're saying. Well, let's get forward here.
What's next? Oh, the new one. All right. I like this game.
Ice Ruins.
Is that like the Stone Tower theme
playing? How we pick this one?
Oh, the Ice Palace place. I can't remember his name.
The Ice Ruins.
Ice Ruins, yes.
The ice runes from Link Between
I have my
Worlds.
copy right here.
From my last video that you expected me to have a loaded cannon ready for this game. But if all the dungeons are similar in execution, then there's not really a lot to go off of to simply pick one out to hate on it. Do I enjoy the dungeons? No, not really. However, Ice Runes gives me a sickening feeling about it. No, it seriously does. First thing I did when I entered this dungeon is to write the blocks down to different levels.
Sure.
Now I never ever get motion sickness in video games, but as the block moved between floors with Link writing on it, my stomach squirmed a bit every time the camera made a jolt up and down between the floors.
Okay.
I would call it a graceful move from the dungeon. Next, and this is big as well, it's the design of the place. Usually I like ice dungeons, and I don't mind at all the designs of the other dungeons, but this is cringeworthy. Whenever I look at the horribly contrasted
You
ice
just contradict yourself.
bridges that snowflake.
He literally just said that he doesn't like the designs of the dungeons, and then he puts text on the screen saying, "Actually, I do."
Yeah. Like, what the heck?
Try to troll.
However, the motion thing,
I
the
think
motion
that's been
sickness
called
thing-
trolling.
Well, I would.
To be honest,
like, this guy, if he's a troll, he'd be going to some pretty extreme lengths with his videos, seeing as he's made like top 288 lists and top 600 lists. So
Yeah, but in regards to I'm going to say about this right now. In regards to the motion sickness thing, I can kind of understand what he's talking about. I did feel the camera movements when you use the elevator. It was kind of jarring, personally.
Yeah, but you get used to it.
yeah, I didn't have any issues with it.
I didn't really have that many issues with it.
Yeah,
Mhm.
like the only thing I can hamper on this dungeon with is I'm not a big fan of the thin platforms, those thin ones.
Yeah,
The ones with the
Because
snow.
they're paid the
These
cost.
blue ones right
That's kind of the point, right?
yeah, that's.
Are you talking about the blue ones right there on the wall?
Yeah, those blue ones. Like they're thin and
Yeah.
they come off them pretty
They
easy.
also have ice physics on them.
Look, if you look at the screen, it's like the one that you see at the upper right corner there.
Yeah. That's what I was asking. They also have ice physics on them, if I recall correctly, which
Yeah.
didn't help
They
very
don't.
much.
They don't.
They don't? Yeah, okay.
They
I'll take
don't?
it from Tor because he was playing this not that long ago.
Oh, I haven't played it since it came
I've
out.
been playing through this game a couple of times. I played through it a couple of times though.
I
Yeah,
played it when it came
I
out.
enjoy the dungeon. It's just I'm not a big fan of those thin platforms, but aside from that, I can't really hamper it really on anything.
Yeah, I didn't really care for its boss, since we're still talking about that for some reason.
Ah, yes.
Darkstare is a cool version of Cold Stare indeed.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I think
Cool
Darkstare
indeed.
is much cooler than Cold Stare. I think Darkstare is much cooler than Cold Stare.
Cooler because ice.
Cool as
I
ice.
love the way they design him. It's like also when he's actually sending out the triangles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
So what
to
else do
freeze-
you got to complain about?
Okay, so
Yeah.
let's see here. Okay, let's go forward. I'm just reloading the stream. Just want to make sure I'm not missing anybody. Okay, good. Okay, good. Now let's get this going.
Emblems, it doesn't contribute to the natural feel of the dungeon at all, in my opinion. It looks dreadful in that respect. This dungeon just looks and feels wrong. Instead of using authentic snow and ice, it felt like the developers wanted to scribble snowflakes around and say, "This is an ice dungeon," but this is not subtle or immersive. This is like me putting up a caption to say, "This is a caption." Of course you know what a caption is. This is rubbing the obvious in your face, and this is what this dungeon represents to me. Rubbing the obvious in my face and also rubbing my stomach the wrong way.
But yeah, I thought that dungeon was probably the one I disliked the most in the
But
game.
still, it's a good one. I liked it personally. Personally, I like that one, but
My favorite dungeon from Link Between Worlds is the desert one.
yeah,
The one
either
where you
the
use the
desert
sand
one
run?
or the Dark Palace.
Oh yeah, that one was good too.
Yeah.
Like I really liked how at the end, my favorite part of the desert, I can't remember the name of the dungeon, but you know which one I'm talking about, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
we know what you're talking
Yeah.
about.
Well, like the highest point in that dungeon is like when you reach the end, you go through the boss door, and it's like there's nothing here. And then you go
Yeah,
through one of the
go through
cracks
the
on the
wall,
wall,
so
and
you
then
can
you're in low roll fighting a boss, or high roll fighting a boss, or something like that.
Yeah, you're fighting boss in Hyrule.
Yeah, I think that's really cool.
It is.
No, that
Yeah, but I
reminds
also
me.
liked all the sand puzzles. Also, a fun fact before we move on from Link Between
Sure,
Worlds.
sure.
When I played Link Between Worlds the first time, I had never played Link to the Past, so I didn't know if this was a thing or not. But I didn't know you could do this. In Turtle Rock, it's like covered in lava and stuff. You got to use the ice rod to freeze the teeter-totters, right?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know you could freeze the teeter-totters, so I beat the entire dungeon without doing that.
Oh,
Oh my, that's gotta be
well
fun.
done, well done.
It took me like 5 hours to beat it, because I always had to make tiny little platforms as I crossed the room and stuff. And I'm dead serious. And then I watched a Let's Play of it, and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
You can say the Turtle Rock in A Link Between Worlds. The Turtle Rock in A Link Between Worlds is much more different than the one in A Link to the Past, indeed, too.
Yeah. Oh, I wouldn't know, because I never played Link to the Past.
Oh, you never did?
Glorious stuff.
No, I've heard it's very, very good, but I've never gotten around to playing it.
Oh, I love that game.
Alright.
It's one
So
of
do a lot of
the
other
best 2D games ever.
Is it on here?
Oh, yeah, we'll get to it.
Yeah.
Oh,
we'll get
there it is. I see it. Okay. Oh, we're doing Sky. Uh-oh. Yeah, I was when he said formal about the Temple of Time. This game I'm worried about. I have a bad feeling I know what dungeon he's going to say. Please don't be it. Come on, don't make me mad again.
Honestly, I don't understand his pick. I don't understand how he could pick this.
What? Are you fucking kidding? The ancient cistern.
Yeah, the ancient cistern. How could he pick that?
Mr. Skyward Sword. I honestly don't know where to start. I imagine this is one of those situations
I don't know either.
where the explanation I give off won't satisfy some, because this dungeon is universally praised, and it's one of those you have to like it because everyone does. Like Ocarina of Time. Gotta love the internet, but let's give it a go. The Zelda.
Okay,
Well-
give it a go then. Give it a go. Let's hear it.
Give it a go.
Yeah.
The community revolves around respecting others' opinions, and I have faith in that. Besides, it's a dungeon like any other dungeon, so it's fair game. Let's start slow. I don't like the design to this dungeon. I think you should know that I don't like art museums, and this dungeon reminds me a lot of one of those. Also, when you look off into the distance of the dungeon, it looks really blurry and foggish. Also, when I picture dark, scary, adventurous dungeons in the Zelda universe, a peaceful dungeon isn't something I have in mind. It's just something I'm not a fan of at all. I like my dungeons more threatening and more serious tone-heavy. It's just something I prefer, that's all. Next, as you've guessed from my last countdown, I like when dungeons get tough, and I don't mind them getting easy at all with difficulty and puzzles, but there's nothing exciting that comes from the Ancient Cistern in my opinion. Literally the whole time I was taking a small jog, climbing vines, doing an easy swim, or riding the water channels. If it feels more like an overworld landscape obstacle rather than the standards of a dungeon, then that's when I draw the line on the dungeon being competent in that category. I had this criticism with the Fire Sanctuary and a couple of other Skyward Sword dungeons too, so it's not just this one.
I mean,
Nope, still have a few more weeds to address. This dungeon doesn't have an interesting concept going for it, but
Since he's been talking about bosses, there's no way he's going to diss the boss.
Oh,
There's no way.
We're not gonna touch that one yet. We're not gonna touch that one yet.
Not yet. We will touch that with later on.
Let's just finish this, and then we'll talk about it after. Cause
Yeah.
let's just go.
Can I just
feel
say
like we're
one
gonna be
thing?
talking
I just
for
want
a
to say
while.
one thing. Okay, like first off, I don't think he's been to too many art museums, and two, he says that this doesn't have an interesting theme. Yet it's actually one of the most symbolic dungeons in this game.
Yes, it's based off the Spider's Thread. If you've ever read it.
Yes. So this is actually it's mostly based off a story, and even then, if you don't even know the story, it's pretty much
You could
the example
have it in
of
hell.
tranquility versus the underworld, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, how is that not an interesting theme? Like, this thing gets pretty dark and has zombie moblins in it and everything. But you're gonna see some funny contradictory stuff very shortly. You're going to enjoy this.
All right.
Remember that this is my opinion and not fact. To me, the water temple had water
Definitely.
level. The lake bed temple had rotating staircases. The Great Bay temple had switching currents. But here, it's just a goldfish bowl's worth of water with lily pads. I'm sorry, but I've seen lily pads and these other details in video games before, and they aren't fascinating to me when presented this way. It makes the dungeon a very boring place to be and look at. And remember that I don't like art museums, so I'm not into that "it's beautiful and everyone should appreciate it" standpoint. I like adventures, not looks. This place has looks plastered all over the place. Now this brings up the basement of the dungeon that some might use as a rebuttal, at which I'll use the same response. To me, it's just looks. There's little adventure value here for me. It doesn't change how the temple runs in terms of mechanics. It was just put there to be there. If it changed the gameplay in any way I haven't seen yet in Skyward Sword, then yes, go for it. But I've climbed ropes, I've swung my sword and killed enemies, I've jumped on lily pads, and I've run past enemies. Nothing new is added gameplay-wise. Lastly, you have no water gear, unlike the other Zelda games, which questions its definition as a water dungeon in my opinion. You
Okay. I just had to point this out. There is a water item you get that you use in this dungeon.
Mhm.
It's the water
I don't
dragon,
remember what it was.
right?
Yeah, the water dragon.
Water dragon scale or tier. I quite
Oh
forget.
yeah.
But
Use that
yeah.
spin attack.
then you get it before the dungeon.
Yes. And even then, like that is used a lot in this dungeon.
Yeah, it is. It's being used a lot.
And even then, he's like, oh, well, there's nothing new that happens. Well, you get the whip in this dungeon, and you use it all over the place.
You
You
know
use
the
it
thing.
over lily pads, you use lily
Whip,
Flipping
pads,
lily
jump
pads,
left,
swinging it
left.
on.
Dan, talking about the whip, I love the idea actually that you steal the key from the guard.
Yeah.
With a
Like, there's nothing interesting from an adventure standpoint. It's not like the kind of definition I have for adventure means that I
Because
have to
that's
think
what
or
I think of
anything.
Indiana Jones. When I see that whipping used there, I think about Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
Da,
That was
da,
cool.
da, da,
That's
da,
adventure.
Anyways, basically we know this guy just has no appreciation for more thoughtful things of this nature.
And
Basically, he doesn't
also,
think very carefully about these things.
this dungeon has a big, great theme to it.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. Yeah.
have no sword,
Alright.
I know.
iron boots, nothing to navigate or explore the water concept further, and you have a kiddie pool's worth of water compared to the other water dungeons. Just because there's a little water there doesn't classify it as a water dungeon to my standards. I guess I should bring up Coloctos too, and he's my least favorite dungeon fight in this game. I don't design. It's one of the corniest effects of a boss I've ever seen. I like creatures who look more alive rather than statues by a long shot. It's so distracting that even the execution of the big sword badassery mechanics doesn't put a dent into me wanting to enjoy this boss. Overall, I think this is the best water dungeon for other Zelda players. It looks great, the tedium is kept down to 0, and it's a very enjoyable dungeon for many. With me, and no offense with the reasons I talked about, I look at this water dungeon compared to the others and say, it's just not as adventurous for my taste compared to those other water dungeons. It's more like an innocent castle water park rather than an adventurous, threatening, dark dungeon, which in my opinion doesn't seem too coherent to what a dungeon should be.
He did
God. Could have used different clips to make that argument. You just saw that. He just said, oh, it doesn't mean adventures up to my taste. As he's climbing up, he's literally climbing up a rope thing, climbing up away from zombie moblins. It's like, oh, this isn't adventure enough for me, and there isn't enough action. Like, you're watching, and it's not dark enough. You see these zombies climbing up the rope.
Hey, and also,
they added this, right?
And also, think about the fact when you actually get the boss key. What happens when you get the boss key then?
The whole thing just like the dungeon itself restructures.
I will just say.
Right. I remember that, yeah.
But yeah, no,
But he's
I
like,
just thought
he's
that
like
was
the walking story.
I mean, yes, he did not like the boss somehow. Like the most.
That is like the best boss in the game.
Like that thing was just like pulling out all the serious stops.
If I'm gonna pick a bad boss from Twilight, from Skyward Sword, it's gonna be the Imprisoned.
Yeah.
I fucking hate the Imprisoned.
The Imprisoned could be a pain in the neck.
I thought the first encounter was cool. It was like a huge boss, and it was like, okay. It happened again. I'm like, okay, this is the last time, right? Okay, this is really annoying. He's climbing up. Okay, thanks. I hated that fight so much. And then the third time, I'm like, okay, this has been run dry. I'm
I enjoy the fight itself, but I just don't. I'm not a big fan of those feet quakes. You know, when he steps, it makes a little wave.
Yeah.
That's what I don't like about the fight. I love the
thought the first fight was great
and all that.
I thought the first fight was great, and the second one was the worst, and the third one was just not needed.
I love the Grucinator though in that.
I think it's like
I just like
one or two times too much with him in a fight.
Yeah, I had to do that.
Another boss. Speaking of unneeded bosses in Skyward Sword, we didn't need to fight Demise. He sucked.
No, we didn't need to fight him.
He's by far the worst villain in the series. It's like,
Yeah.
hi, I'm
love
Ganondorf,
Demise.
Twilight Princess. I come out of nowhere at the end of the game.
Hey, Toxic, do you know he was actually talking about we're talking about bosses, final bosses. He actually mentioned one boss he thought was the worst villain in the series, and that was Force Adventures, which he hasn't played.
Oh. Are you serious?
But yeah, no, I totally love Demise. By the way, I
like the fight. I don't. I felt like he came out of nowhere near the end of the game, just like Ganondorf.
Well, because he build up to him the whole game, and then you just get him at the end. But he has a purpose, of course. But yeah, I get what you're saying though. Like you don't you basically do fight him a lot though, because he is the imprisoned.
But you know what? I think Girahim's final phase is even harder than Demise.
Yeah. Also, what was it? I think the worst final boss in the series in terms of build-up, but not in terms of gameplay or theme, is Ganondorf from Twilight Princess. He literally comes the hell out of nowhere after you defeat Zant.
Yeah.
There's one scene halfway through the game that's like, oh, there's Ganondorf. Okay, bye. And then like 12 hours later, you fight him. And it's like, however, I think the Ganondorf fight in terms of gameplay and theming is really, really good. I think it's really good.
I actually really like the fact that they kind of popped him out of nowhere. I like that, but I get what you mean totally, though. Like I like it because they
like
to build something to why the Twilight is entering Hyrule. Like why is this happening? So got to give it some mechanism, you know. But I definitely agree though. But let's just keep on going. Oh my, that ancient cistern. Oh my, and he keeps retreating back to, oh, it's my opinion. But he at least acknowledged once and he said it's his opinion, not fact. But yet he
and like other people like it. Oh, my second favorite game. Okay. Only 5 dungeons, not much to choose from. Really easy to make me angry. Okay.
The Tower of the Gods from Wind Waker. Okay, I'm not going to lie. The music sounds like Metroid music to me. It really does. It really does sound like Metroid music to me. But that's not what makes it so bothersome. The music holds this consistently high build-up pitch, and the fading is a little weird. But when it's put down into a dungeon, it just makes it anticlimactic and unnecessary for my taste. Second, I don't like errand or follow the leader puzzles in video games. Half of this dungeon involves going down a hallway chamber for a bit from the main room, to bringing back these tiki-like statues to learn things like the command melody or opening up more of the dungeon. These aren't fulfilling at all and just drag things out just like my Temple of Time entry. Next, getting the Hero's Bow. It's not really used a lot to great effect compared to other items in Wind Waker. It's just there to zap out an eye or two or to combat a Wizrobe off to a distance, in my opinion. So pile-on platforming I'm not too fond of, Tiki statue escort missions, a weird spontaneous water level gimmick, which I can't say I enjoy either, underwhelming objectives to get things moving forward, too simple of a toy like the bow, and I'm sorry, but I can't say I'm a fan of the place. Godan isn't any better at all as a ripoff of Bonga Bonga from Ocarina of Time. For something that is supposedly supposed to be your final challenge, this is something that's more first boss material. Overall, I like Wind Waker's dungeons a lot. I normally enjoy them all on how relaxing they are, but this one is distracting, boring, and just dragged. Thankfully, it's only one dungeon from Wind Waker that bothered me. I love the rest of them.
Where should we start on, Dan?
Oh boy. I
am back.
Hey, welcome back, Toxic.
Welcome back.
But no.
I just noticed that he was about to talk about. I just noticed that he was about to talk about the Tower of the Gods,
Oh yeah, he
which is also my least favorite dungeon from that game. But what did he say?
Oh,
What did he say? I missed it.
he wasn't a big fan of the music. Then
Really?
he wasn't a big fan of the Fall
I
of
think
the
it's very
Lunar
atmospheric.
puzzles.
Okay.
And also he thought that the platforming, he didn't quite particularly enjoy that.
And also,
Did he say anything about the use of the bow and arrow in the dungeon?
And basically talking, he was not a big fan of the bow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like if I were to
Complain
judge
about
all the dungeons myself, I personally like. I like all the dungeons, but I definitely, if I were to pick my least favorite, that one probably isn't. But even then, he kind of misses the point of the music. The music, because the dungeon is basically a test, so it's like supposed to be like this test from the gods, you know.
And also, he's also done taking on Gordon because he's
Oh my! And then he called Godan a
first boss
Bongo Bongo
material.
ripoff.
First boss material.
What first boss really? I love
Yeah, I like that fight.
I love Godan. I think he's really, really cool. I think the music is amazing in that fight. All that techno beat and stuff.
Gordon is like the second or third best boss battle in the game, I think, maybe. If you don't
I think Puppet Ganon is the best.
If you don't count Ganondorf, I mean, it's like the best battle might be either Hanmarok or
he's good.
Morgera.
Morgera's good too. But in regards to the actual dungeon itself, the Tower of the Gods, it's also my least favorite in Wind Waker. Yeah. But it's the reason I dislike it is the same reason I dislike the Temple of Time and the Shadow Temple, is because it's very, very straightforward after the first floor. It's just one straight line, pretty much.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. But I don't hate it
to the core. But
I don't hate it at all.
I don't hate it at all. I think it's relatively challenging.
It's challenging.
However, it gave birth to one of the most annoying enemies in video game history. The beatmouse that instantly zap you if you come in range of them, and the only way to kill them is to go in range of them.
Yeah.
Those beamos are also in the less advanced versions of them are also in Link to the Past.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but no.
But those are like instant.
I just don't think it's funny that he called Bongo Bongo and Godan basically the same thing. He said he's a copy of it. Yet
he's nowhere near. Okay, he's very similar.
Yeah, they're similar, but they're so different that why? Like there are so many bosses that Nintendo has made in the Zelda series that have two hands and a torso.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the mechanics of Bongo Bongo aren't even the same if you think about it.
Yeah, he's not bouncing you on the arena. Yeah.
So I just
speaking of Wind Waker, what dungeons do you guys like? What are your favorite?
Oh, I'll let Tor go first.
Could you just repeat that?
Your favorite dungeon in Wind Waker?
In Wind Waker?
Yeah.
That's one of the hardest questions to answer.
I could give mine.
I definitely really love the Earth Temple.
Yes, the Earth Temple is my favorite as well. I love that dungeon.
Yeah. And I didn't mind the Wind Temple either. That's a big one. It's very complicated. It's not very linear, that Wind
Yeah.
Temple. The Wind Temple is
I think
also very challenging. The Wind Temple is also challenging in that game.
Most of the challenge that comes from the Wind Waker is due to Makar and him being stupid and dumb.
Yeah. But it's
Annoying.
actually the hardest to control out of the three of them.
That's why
Yeah.
that's why I preferred I like the design of the Wind Temple, but I like the Earth Temple better because I like the way Medley controls. I
Yeah,
think she's great.
Medley is much easier to control.
Plus the fact that he gives me the mirror shield isn't bad either.
Yeah, they made creative use of that. Yeah, I would probably
Sort of
side
like
with
the
Earth
Earth
Temple as well. I like them all, but yeah, Earth Temple will probably be my favorite.
But if you want me to say one of my favorite themes in that boss, this is probably my number one.
Which one?
Which one?
Listen.
Malgara.
Oh, Bulgara. You gotta sing to it, Tor. Anyways, let's
I
proceed.
really love that theme there.
Yeah. Let's
It's so
proceed.
classic. You have this big beast flying into the air, coming up from the
Yeah.
sun, trying to grab you with his tongue and eat you alive, and you know.
Yeah,
I really
he
love
still has my favorite game to go yet, though.
So that's why I'm saying it's probably my number one fight in the game, and Halmarok King, is it? Be number two?
Mm.
I think
Halmarok King is really good.
I think Halmarok might be my number two.
One of the sweetest cases of revenge. You stole my sister, now you will die. Oh, I haven't played this one yet either.
Okay, that's the four Avengers. Four Avengers.
Oh, crap.
You know it's gonna be good when he starts out with "oh crap." Is that even a dungeon?
The Village of the Blue Maiden from Four Swords Adventures. Yes, I'm counting this as a dungeon. 1, I don't care because I hate this place so much. And 2, you could consider any level on your dungeon since it involves getting from point A to point Z like every other linear Four Swords Adventures level. Village, dungeon, whatever. I am going to tear this place apart. It's my list, so I can do whatever I want. So, contrary to what many Zelda players believe, it's important to keep the pacing in Four Swords Adventures going fast and active at all times. Some may complain about the lack of puzzles and exploration, but in a 4-player game, that's a no-no. Just imagine if you're playing Turtles in Time and was asked to stop their progress to look for something in a level. You want to keep the action going, not to stop to do something boring to search for something. So the Village of the Blue Maiden directly goes against everything what Four Swords Adventure stands for. You get to explore around a village and get to pull a big Goron sword side quest in this game from Ocarina of Time, from going from one place to another in a dead-end village with so little clues on what to do next. It's insulting. Might as well change this game to The Legend of Zelda Scooby-Doo Edition. Now, I picture if you have 3 friends with you pulling up every bush and checking every corner, it's not too tough since you're going through it 4 times as fast. But the Zelda franchise is revolved and built around single player. So like the stubborn fools we are and wanting to solve puzzles without anyone else's help, this one might take well around an hour if your worst case scenario to getting this done, maybe longer. This level is designed for group investigation, not for a single player run.
Whoa.
I can prove this because I played this through with 2 other friends and we got through just fine, but myself, I suck so bad at finding everything. The moral of the story, Zelda fans, don't get mixed up in what should be in a Zelda game and what should be in a multiplayer game. Putting in exploration in a multiplayer game is an outstandingly bad idea, so it fails on that front in terms of momentum killing. In a single player experience, at which I'm guessing which most Zelda players have done, it fails because there's not enough manpower to root things out fast enough in a level where more players will definitely help out in a longer shot in getting this done. It dropped the ball on both fronts. So because it failed as a Zelda and exploration concept versus the fluid gameplay of multiplayer, this level will become a hideous chore for anyone playing this level.
Alright, you guys talk about it. I gotta do something.
Okay. So while I played this game, start to finish, one player, and then I did a start to finish, two player. I
Right.
didn't have any issues with that level. Like, it is a little bit confusing at first, but I just found it kind of interesting. I don't know what he thinks a Zelda game should actually have in it. Did you notice that he compared Turtles in Time to Legend of Zelda, a beat-em-up fighting game with, well, side-scrolling beat-em-up, to a puzzle-driven adventure game?
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Like, oh, I was just telling Tor that that the way he compared the Zelda games and what he thinks a Zelda game should have in it was horrible. Like, what does Turtles in Time have anything to do with a Zelda game? They're two
Isn't
very
that like
different
a- is it-
genres.
Isn't
Why the
Turtles in
side-scrolling
Time like
beat-em-up?
yeah. Sky Scroll. Yeah.
To a.
Marcus!
Marcus!
Hey, Marcus, welcome back.
Did you
Hey,
got
Marcus!
from the Four Swords thing yet?
Yeah, we're
We just
actually
passed
on Four Swords Adventure.
We
I was
made
just
it.
talking about how stupid his comparison was.
Oh my
Because
god,
he Turtles in Time to compare it to Zelda.
I saw it. I saw that.
Like, I'm speaking as someone that's beaten that game twice. One in single player, one with two people. It's a tricky level, but
The Turtles in Time?
yeah, like a side-scrolling
Yeah.
beat-em-up. How in the heck do you compare Zelda, a game that's driven by puzzles and adventure, to a side-scrolling beat-em-up? Like, how is that even, like, that's
It's like
stupid.
comparing that to River City Ransom.
Yeah.
Okay, let me give you a metaphor. Let me give you a metaphor.
Holy
do you
crap.
How do you compare?
I guess, if we play like Halo, if we play Call of Duty where you have to explore while shooting people's heads off, or Left 4 Dead.
Hey, let me say another word. Let me give you a metaphor. It's a bit disgusting metaphor, but how do you compare riding a roller coaster compared to go to the toilet and do the crap?
Right. Unless your poops are like mine, where you're like, whoa! Whoa! Here comes the big one! Oh.
Thanks, Marcus. Thanks, Marcus. Very nice.
Holy crap! That guy made my head hurt.
That
when
is a holy crap. That is a holy crap if you're making all those noises while crapping. I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
But no, like, cause Marcus, have you played Four Swords Adventure?
Yes, I have Four Swords Adventures. I have Four Swords on my DS, and I have Four Swords GBA.
Yeah, you missed it where like when he was talking all about Four Swords and he said that he didn't even play the dungeon. Like how are you supposed to describe your experience with that dungeon without actually interacting and playing it yourself? But even then, this particular level with the like, it's a level, it's not a dungeon. So he already broke his own rules again.
The village!
This rule.
The freaking village!
Like, the village is, I admit, it's not my favorite level, but for what he's saying, it's a stupid reason. Like he says that, oh, a Zelda game shouldn't have you going around finding things. That's what he said, right? Tor, you were here.
Yeah, I hear that.
Like, what the heck? Like, Zelda games, that's what you do most of the time.
He's a lazy bum. He's a lazy bum. And he's looking for... Look, if you're watching this video, you're a lazy bum. Because that's all Zelda's about. Boring.
Yeah, he's complaining how long that level took to finish for a certain LPer and himself. When, like, I had no problem getting to that level. Like, it is a longer level, I admit, but it's not a dungeon. And two, I don't understand why he has such an issue with the fact that it's seeking out items in a village, and you have to find your way through the village.
Okay.
That stupid remark. That whole thing
Turtles
discredit. That remark discredits your whole video. Not only that you added non-dungeon in your video,
Okay, you know what?
Hey, Marcus.
This is
Marcus.
my comment to this. This is my comment to this shit.
Hey, Mark.
Your whole deal is invalid. You read
Marcus.
on the whole thing.
Marcus. The Legend of Zelda. Turtles of Time.
I'll be
Turtle time.
around, exploring, looking for Mousers and Krangs and foot soldiers.
Okay, so let's keep going here.
Oh, here it is. Link to the Past.
Link to the past.
Oh boy.
Is he looking for a fight?
Hey, he said the Forest Temple, and it almost gave me a heart attack. Okay.
He's looking for a fight.
I love that dungeon music.
Games that I've beat A Link to the Past once and almost twice. Well, that's because I stopped at this dungeon.
Link's Awakening. I love Turtle Rock and Link Between Worlds. I love Turtle Rock and is it in
Link's Awakening.
Rock and Skyward?
Oh,
Awakening has also a Turtle
my,
Rock.
You missed my Turtle Rock story, Marcus.
Oh man.
I'll tell you it after this.
Yeah, but no, oh my, like you're gonna find the reason that he uses for Turtle Rock here to be very silly. Like I'm just gonna point this out right now. Do you remember entering Turtle Rock, or at least like remembering when you started Turtle Rock? What does it tell you?
To bring enough magic with you.
Yeah, he's not going to acknowledge that. Yeah, so now he's going to complain about not having enough magic. Yet I've done this one actually without magic bottles.
Yeah, it's possible to do it without magic.
Turtle Rock.
I use my sword for you. I use my sword.
Here, I'll keep playing here. Let's see what he has to say.
In fact, it was here at Trinix where I rage quitted. This is because I'm not a resource management guy at all and never carry around green juice to replenish my magic. So I came in here with empty bottles. So how this dungeon goes is that you use your key to generate platforms and move around. I'm not a fan of this or the warp pipe system. It's really frustrating at moments, and I wish there was a shop around to buy some green magic potion if something like this is around. I don't know if there is, but Slashstar where suddenly magic out of nowhere and without warning is a poor game decision in my opinion for my circumstance. Yes, there's plenty of magic around in pots, which is fine, but there's none when it comes to the boss with Trinix. At this time, I had an empty magic bar with no bottles of magic, and every time I repeated this boss, 1 bar of magic isn't enough. So next, I looked around to find more bottles, which meant getting off of Death Mountain, where I worked hard to hike up to go all the way back to town to get more magic, then hike all the way back to Turtle Rock. Just no. I refuse to. This is a game breaker for me. I'm not a diehard fan of A Link to the Past to go through something stupid like this just to complete the last leg of the game. Just remember, this is my personal experience. It may not bother you, maybe it does. Maybe you'll point out a shop I didn't find involving magic, but for me, not a favorite memory at all from the series.
I got a migraine coming on. Holy.
So he admitted he thinks the game should maintain his belief that or his thoughts that since he's a bad person at resource management, that the game is at fault for that.
I never played Link to the Past, but isn't there like a warp system in that game?
Yes, between the light.
Well,
world
then
and
why
the
is he complaining about having a shop nearby if he can just grab the potions and stuff and then warp his way back to the dungeon?
Oh yeah, there's also the I think it's the flute, if I got it right. I don't remember what instrument. Yeah, I think it's the flute.
It's the flute.
Where did Marcus go?
I'm here.
It's like
Marcus is
dying.
I thought Marcus would have something to say.
Yeah, done.
I'm
It's
sneezing.
It's about the statue from the city.
Yeah.
Up in the village. It's like Kakariko Village or something.
Yeah, because you can teleport in that game to go to different places using the flute.
Actually, for one of the dungeons in the Dark World, you have to use the flute.
Yes, that is correct. Because some of them you can't reach otherwise.
Okay.
That's the Mystery Mario, by the way.
I would like to say something. You guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's like I am let's say I'm a woman, okay?
You're a very
And
attractive woman.
You look like a woman, Marcus.
anyways, let's just say I'm a woman, and I don't like what does women do what men don't do? Okay, having babies. There you go. That's like me saying I don't like the fact that the man doesn't have to have the babies while I'm having the baby because I don't like having babies, but I like having sex with my man and have the babies. So that's what I'm not. I don't know. I don't want to sound biased or anything or stupid, but you know what I mean. That's like
Oh yeah.
you don't like the
You don't like far, you know.
you don't like the game. You don't know what the fuss is about, but yet you have the audacity and the nerve to comment on something you don't even care for anyway, or you're not good at. That's like me saying I'm not good at. What am I? I don't know. I'm kind of good at a lot of.
You're good at being a very beautiful woman.
Yes.
Yeah, he's being a beautiful woman.
Yeah, no, the one thing that confused me in what he said was like, oh, it's a game breaker for me. You're literally.
You're an idiot.
No, like you're a total rock. You're almost to the end of the game.
It's like you've been told that you need to have what was it? It's like how was it the original one?
The game breaker for him after he plays
of magic or something like that.
So does Marcus want to know my Turtle Rock story?
Go for it.
Sure, now Marcus the
All
Turtle
right.
Rock story.
All right. Well, you know how Turtle Rock has the teeter totters and stuff you need to freeze in Link Between Worlds.
Yes.
Well, I didn't know you could freeze the teeter totters with the ice rod, so I completed the entire dungeon by monotonously putting ice paths on the lava to get across the room over and over and over again. And it was I didn't even know, and I just kept doing that the entire time, and it took me like 5 or 6 hours to complete Turtle Rock. And when I watched the Let's Play, I was like, "Are you fucking serious? What the fuck?"
Kind of genius.
What? What did he say?
Hilarious.
I'm kind of genius because I wouldn't have thought of that. I would have did the pillar thing because it's kind of like common sense, but you kind of thought outside the box. So,
Yeah, well, I that's what I thought I was supposed to do, and I'm like, wow, this dungeon sucks a giant butt crack. And then I realized, wow, this dungeon's amazing after I figured out what I did wrong. Like, why didn't I think of it? Like, literally, the first thing this Let's Player did was walk up to the teeter-totter, use the ice rod. I'm like, well, fuck you, game.
I thought that was common sense. But you
Hey,
know,
Marcus, have you checked out the chat on the YouTube channel?
on the channel.
Yeah, have you seen the chat there on the YouTube site?
Hold on, let me get my tablet. I'm making errors.
Patrick, have you seen that?
Get her.
No, on the chat for the stream?
Yeah, like on the stream.
No, I don't have the chat open.
YouTube.com. On YouTube.com, you know.
Like for the stream?
Yeah, not this Google Hangout, but the YouTube.
Yeah, the actual
live.
stream. No, I should check it out. Hold on.
Oh yeah, you're missing.
I just want to mention one thing. For those who are entering the stream, feel free to ask questions or anything you like. This is random. You can ask us about anything. You can make it about anything. You can talk about Anything, if you
Talk
have a
about
good
Zelda
point that you want to
dungeons.
bring up, I'm all down for that. I'm all down for that.
Yeah. Talk about Zelda dungeons and how apparently the Forest Temple is the worst fucking thing ever. Sorry.
Okay, but
Okay,
go
so
on. Go on.
let's see. Yeah.
Next dungeon. Minish Cap. I wonder what it could be.
Alright, I'm back for the.
Could not be the best dungeon in the game, could it be?
Probably knowing this guy. Oh, I've heard of that boss. Oh.
The Palace of Winds from Minish Cap. Now this one's a surprise even for me. When I went into the dungeon, I had this rock's cape and I was jumping up, down, left, right, all around the clouds, having a blast with the wind puzzles. This dungeon is fun! I love this! This is going to be a great dungeon. Until, after about 10 minutes, this dungeon, out of everyone on this list, just drags. It just drags, and drags, and drags on! It gets my award for being the draggiest dungeon in the series. Now let's look at the unique concept. It's a marathon run that adds great build-up for the last dungeon, and I say, yeah, you're right. To that, it could easily be your favorite dungeon. Now this was a moment where I had to stare at this dungeon for a long time and figure out why I hate it so much. The difficulty is nice, the puzzles are great, the build-up is there, the variety is around, but I think where I don't like it is the lack of branching paths from the Temple of Time entry, the monotony of one item from the Marine Temple, and the padding of obstacles from the Tower of the Gods. Even though the dungeon was changing up its scheme all the time, at which I have to give this dungeon a lot of credit for, I don't care, because that's not a positive I consider when the negatives are breathing that close to my face with what I just mentioned. It's straightforward, which I don't like. It's overusing an item, which I don't like. Some obstacles are too similar and repetitious, like the clouds and cages, which I don't like. Tack on that this is 30 minutes long, this dungeon drains my soul, and I rage quit from it often, making it really hard for me to finish Minish Cap nowadays. I'm also not a fan of the music as well. It sounds more like a desert theme rather than a sky theme. Add that with how long this dungeon and it won't be a fun ride for the ears. The only thing I could boast about is the Gorg pair, which is an outstanding.
Bitch, 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 bitch.
Oh, it's like the greatest dungeon in the entire game.
This is the point of balance in this whole thing. So one thing that's worthwhile to point out is he says, "Oh, it drags on and on and on and on." He says 30 minutes. Most Zelda dungeons in the newer ones don't just take only 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like, even then, this is a gauntlet dungeon, so it's going to be straightforward. So, why?
So,
Even then,
I don't get it. How can you think of this music as a desert theme rather than a sky theme?
Because he never played Zelda.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too now. I
Yeah,
really like this theme. Cody, Toxic. How do you like this theme?
Sorry?
How do you like the?
I was trying to get my the chat for the stream going. Sorry?
So far, Tor X Marcus is a real thing.
Yeah.
It's the real thing, you know? I want to see this in action. Somebody on DeviantArt needs to do this.
I don't want to see that. No.
I can put it in an intro of this.
I'd rather just listen to him bash the Forest Temple over and over again than look at that. No.
Oh that would, like, my brain, it would die.
He's an idiot.
That made me
The
so mad.
contradictions are so real. But yeah, no, the theme of this dungeon, like, does he not understand, like, what, like, when you look at it, he's like, oh, it's like a desert dungeon. Well, what do you think it looks like? It looks like a temple in the sky, and that has a kind of a sandy theme to it, although it's a sky dungeon. Like, it reminds me a lot of what you expect out of something like Aladdin, if you get what I mean. Like, the way the dungeon is, the color scheme. So I don't quite understand why he's like, oh, well, it just seems so unfitting. Like, well, that's what you're looking at. It has pots, makes use of the dungeon's item. It's very good. But yeah, I do agree that I'm not a big fan of the rush too much. that's in it, but I can't really say I would hate it for the same reason he does.
I don't really have anything to say about it because I actually never played Minish Cap. So.
Oh, it's good. It's good stuff.
Gotta love Temple of wins. I mean, yeah, Palace of wins.
This guy, like, credentials. He's just an idiot. Like, seriously. None of his arguments are valid.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm playing that game right now.
Seems like rights to an actual Zelda fan. 2, and 3. I mean, 3.
Yeah, let's just say that there's a lot of comments on this video, like the original one, where they call him a hipster.
Yeah, I'm sure he's deleting them. I'm sure he's deleting the comments.
Okay, but
mine's there still.
Toxic, you have to hear this theme. Can I play it then?
As long as you sing to it.
Yeah, I will try to sing to it.
Marcus, enjoy the serenade from Tor.
Yeah.
What can you think of desert theme? It's a wind theme.
Yeah,
Okay.
It has
That's a song from the game?
yeah, it's this dungeon.
Particular dungeon. That's from the dungeon there of Palace.
I think it's pretty decent.
But yeah,
It's pretty
Let's
good.
let's keep going.
You know, this is my awakening tune on my mobile phone.
Any boss, but pit how much time is spent in the dungeon versus the boss, it doesn't compare. The dungeon itself will keep me bleeding for a long time. So I saw the plan they were doing here, and they executed it spectacularly. But I don't like the presentation of quantity over quality in this case. The music isn't up my alley. It's way, way, way too long for its own good. And overall, go away.
What the fuck was that? What was that?
He became a
What
cat.
was that?
He transformed into his true form.
What is he, Eric Cartman? Grief.
But no, I want to comment on one thing he just said there. He said quantity over quality, but he doesn't quite understand. Like now, this is from the eyes of someone that has designed a lot of levels before. This level is a long gauntlet. So if you have the boss being super hard, is it gonna piss off the gamer, like the person playing, if they couldn't beat the boss? It's all balancing. That's how you do this stuff. It's all about balancing. Even then, the boss is really cool.
Yeah, all the bosses are really.
It's all balancing, you know? That's how it works.
By the way, the Georg pair is actually kind of harder than Vati.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But I love Vati too. I love the way you actually have to defeat Vati, you know, with all the faces.
Oh my! You missed him when he was pronouncing Vati. He said it's Vati.
Oh, Vati, okay, thanks.
Remember, we have to pronounce it the way he wants it. He says it's Vati. Like what? Okay, Cody's asking what we're watching. Okay, so there's this guy named Slashstar 314.
He's the best YouTuber ever, by the way.
And he made this list, and I came across it the other day, and it just made my brain hurt. And I was like, oh, I want to enjoy some people talking about what their favorites or dislikes are. But this one, it just stuck out so much because of the contradictory opinions he has. And sometimes he has really, really out there opinions on things. And then he keeps going back to his opinion on, oh, it's my opinion. There's no such thing as a correct or incorrect opinion. Like, no, people, like, what I would say is, no, people are allowed to criticize your opinions. Because if you put them out there, you gotta be able to take them, you know? The only problem I have is when you start, like, being a dick to someone. Like, and not in, like, a playful way. But anyways, let's proceed. Oh, as I'm dying.
Please don't. Oh no. Oh no.
Cody, you are a monster, man.
And guess which dungeon this is gonna be?
What?
Stone Tower Temple!
Sorry for how loud that was, but what?
Wait. Stone Tower?
Yes,
Stone Tower.
Stone Tower Temple.
The
Stone
best
Tower
dungeon from
Temple.
Majora's Mask.
It's a stone in Majora's Mask? I thought it was Stone Temple.
But yeah, no, Stone Tower Temple here. It's
Some idiot.
one of the more sophisticated dungeons in the game. Like what the heck? Like, oh my! Like,
What is this man?
oh, I tried watching this LP that he put out where he talks about this dungeon. He calls it really boring.
All right,
my.
let's see what he says.
Okay, let's see.
The Stone Tower Temple from Majora's Mask is my worst 3D Zelda dungeon of all time. So ever since top 17 Zelda games, I decided to head back and finish Majora's Mask, since it was one of the 2 games I haven't completed. And I wished I didn't. After playing the Stone Tower Temple for 15 minutes, I stopped playing Majora's Mask entirely and didn't want to finish it. Now, you know me, I'm not one to throw things out there randomly, so let me explain a bit. So one of the things I hear about with the Water Temple from Ocarina of Time is that the music is hypnotizing and the monotony of it puts you to sleep. I can agree with that. It's a really slow, uninteresting song to some. I don't mind it, but that's personal taste. However, the Stone Tower Temple's music gets the award for me for being the most monotonous song of all time from the Zelda series. It just drains my soul to no end. Again, this boils down to personal taste. You either love it or you hate it. No ifs, ands, or buts will ever change preferences. It's a golden rule of being an individual. I don't care about this temple's design at all either. Like the music, this is subjective. I understand to some Zelda players that it's supposed to be this bland, dead theme to emphasize the environment, and I respect your opinion if this is the case. But to me, I just don't prefer these colorless, depressing environments because it becomes just that to me. Depressing. I don't like depressing environments. They're my least favorite environments. I'm not a huge fan behind the premise of Majora's Mask in the first place, and why Majora's Mask is my least favorite 3D Zelda game. Now I could talk about the intricate puzzles, but I didn't get this far in the dungeon, and I don't want to. All I saw was
Then why are
using
you
a
complaining?
a few annoying times, and the temple flipping over. When the temple flipped over, I was already zoned out with the music and design and with my interest getting zapped to 0. It wasn't enough to save me from the consistent boredom to get in my good books in any respect at all. Plus, I've heard the rumors. Twin Mold isn't really a good boss, the dungeon drags if you're not a fan of it. I watched through the dungeon on YouTube and not a fan of the complicated puzzles, designs, and extreme backtracking at all. And now top it off with what I mainly don't like about Majora's Mask. The timer. The timer. The timer. The timer. One more thing before I close. Thank you for those who respect my opinion. Even though we all get those squeamish feelings in hearing things like this if you happen to like the temple, thank you for saying to yourself, I have a worse 3D dungeon I absolutely hate too. You are my friends, thank you for your support. I completely respect which temples you like and hate, and we can't choose what we naturally like and don't like in these Zelda games.
Why are you saying all this?
Situation.
I understand his plight, but you need strong and more valid argument to be bitching about the game mechanic as part of a fucking game. Damn it!
Yes.
Get it out, Marcus! Say it loud! Shout it! Shout it loud, loud! Hate him! Rate him!
Okay, who wants to go first on this one?
Okay, I will.
Yeah, go first.
I'm not gonna say my. I'm like one thing. Like he said he was zoned out by the music by the time by the time he flipped the dungeon, right?
Yeah.
Well, first things first. That is literally like the table flip literal embodiment of table flipping in a video game. Like that literally it literally changes the dungeon completely. Like everything is different. But
Very
also, the
cleverly
music also
designed.
changes. The music also changes when the dungeon flips.
Yes.
It has like a weird reverse thing going on. So I don't know. Like, he didn't even... I don't like this guy, Daniel. I don't like him.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
Ah!
That's all. Like, holy shit! Okay!
4K.
Let the hate flow through you, Marcus.
Oh, that guy. That's like saying I hate the sky because it's blue. Sometimes it's gray and orange. I don't like the sky. I don't like America, but I live in it. It's okay. It's okay. You can hate America too and live in it. And I respect your opinion.
But no, like, but
Hey,
yeah.
so many enemies. It's ridiculous. Holy shit.
And you know, I was just chatting with Cody, one of the guys at the live stream with us now on YouTube. I was just chatting how, and he was like, yeah, he's gonna make another video himself just trolling this guy, trolling him. I was like,
But
you
no.
know, if you don't mind, I could post a video later after eating, because I want to tear this troll video a new ass.
Well, yeah, you can go right ahead. But no, so I'm going to tell you what I think about what he said. So there's a couple of problems with what he said. Okay, first thing, the dungeon
couple? I think-
it's okay. At least here's some. The dungeon is situated in easily the most undead place in most Zelda games. Period. So you're going to expect a bleak, dull. You're going to expect something that's going to be very, very. Basically, you're going to expect something that's going to represent death in a lot of ways and spiritual stuff. You know, like it's literally a region that is ruled by undead people. So when I see this, I'm like, I think you missed the point of this dungeon. It's a temple that's right at the top of a large tower. Oh my! Don't even get me started on the song. Like this, I love that song. Like, oh my! But either way, you get the main point. It's a lot of problems with what he said. He just misses the point altogether. It's the last dungeon really before the moon, so
Like,
it's a lot of big thing to go through.
By the way, this dungeon here, you have to use all the masks of the necessary characters to defeat the game. Or beat it.
Yes.
You have to use the Deku mask. You have to use the Goro mask. And you have to use the Sora mask. To
By
do
the way,
this
fuck the
thing.
stray fairies in that dungeon.
I remember getting all those fairies.
But, actually, the theme of the dungeon... Speaking about the theme of the dungeon, there's actually some hidden lore about the game regarding that dungeon. It was supposed to be a parallel to the Tower of Babel from the Bible, right? Where it's they built the tower so they could be equal with the gods, right?
Yeah.
Right? Well, what the gods of Termina did, that literally said "fuck you" and made it so they turned the temple upside down, so they were going the wrong way. That's why the temple flips itself.
yeah, that sounds
But I
about
think
right.
it's cool.
Yeah. Anybody else have anything to say about the Stone Tower Temple? Aside from the fact that
No,
I don't know what the heck he has to say about this dungeon. It's a hard dungeon.
I was gonna say earlier about the water temples, how I think they're all like, everyone talks about them poorly, right? And that I think they're all pretty good, right? Well, it's about Majora's Mask's water temple.
Oh yeah, that one honestly is one of the more unique ones. But it definitely
let's put it this
has
way.
a lot of confusion in it.
I think the idea and concept behind it, like having it as like a giant facility for waterworks where you like reverse the flow of water, right? I love that concept, but the way it was executed made the dungeon scene really confusing. And its layout, its map didn't help in any way.
It's a bit complex.
Yeah, it's a complicated dungeon. I like it, but if I were to rank the 4 dungeons, aside from the moon, I would definitely put probably the Great Fairy Temple probably the lowest on my list.
Yeah.
But I enjoy it. It's cool.
But you got to love Georg. Or Georg.
I actually like Georg.
In 3D, especially 3DS version, the second battle.
Yeah, they actually made it quite good.
Okay.
Yeah. What now?
Okay, let's get on to the next one.
Oh, the first game. All right.
Asked him to play the damn game. Like, you don't see me playing Call of Duty and hating on it because I don't like Call of Duty.
Expects me to be this top hardcore gamer since I've beaten Zelda 2, but I think it's more about what types of games you're good at. In my case, my bait and control comes from the original Legend of Zelda game. I play this game quite a bit, and I can never, ever get the hang of the control. And now add that brick wall and Dungeon 6, then we'll have some major problems here. The Wizrobes. Wizrobes. I've never defeated a room full of Wizrobes. I've never got past this room in the dungeon, and this is about the 5th room. Every time I enter rooms full of Wizrobes or Darknuts, I'll just die. I really am that bad at the game. Now combine that with my intense pursuit
You to play it.
for Chaos Edition to try beating the dungeon, then
and shove them right up your and then on your with in the and your so then you'll have to sideways.
this is why the original Legend of Zelda is my least favorite Zelda game of all time. I suck at the controls, I suck at navigating, I suck at fighting, I suck at scavenging, along with a few design choices I didn't like when it comes to dying in the dungeon. Why give me 3 hearts on respawning? That's really stupid. Especially on retrying Dungeon 6 since these Wizrobes are found early. And then I ended up rage quitting from the game for good. It was here is where my resting place is with the Legend of Zelda. I probably saved myself a rants video just by pointing those out. Now I know there's this argument that I could have got better equipment or that I could have done this or could have done that. But let me ask you something. If I suck at the game, don't like backtracking or scavenging like this, if I am not impressed with the concept, where would my enjoyment ever come from in ever wanting to finish this game? Think of it like Battletoads level 3 with the bikes. I could pass that level easily. But what if I told you to do this or do that, but if you suck at it like I do with The Legend of Zelda, then why keep playing it if it is so impossibly aggravating it saps every inch of your sanity out? But I will say this. The Legend of Zelda had its fun moments going through and figuring out where everything is at. But when it comes to Dungeon 6...
What the fuck? What the fuck is this? Dude. Okay. Okay, what? Okay, first things first. I'm going to agree with him with the Wizrobes. Fuck Wizrobes in Zelda 1. Fuck Darknuts in Zelda 1. They are bad enemies. No. But... Go ahead, Marcus. You're about to, like, scream.
But no, like, what I think about this whole thing is like, it's just him complaining that the game is somehow too hard. Honestly, if you can get through that Battletoads level, as he's saying, how do you not have issues? How do you have issues with that dungeon? Like, you gotta have pretty good keen button mashing skills to do that stuff.
Ever heard of Nintendo Hard?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, seriously.
Yeah.
It's called a challenge. That's what is the fulfilling thing about.
Yeah, see, he's always like praising Zelda 2, like, oh, it's so good, it's so fun, it's good and challenging, and then he's like dissing Zelda 1. I'm like, really? Really?
It's funny because the only one he actually gave a solid opinion, like even
Was
then,
Zelda 2.
was Zelda 2. That was the only one he actually gave an opinion, and he didn't start backing off on it. It's like, oh, it's my opinion. Oh, it's my opinion. Like, if your opinions are that good, you don't need to keep saying, well, that's my opinion. Or, like, because you already premised it at the beginning of the video, and it's only 2 buttons, as Cody's saying.
Yeah.
It's an NES game.
Cody's saying that about the controls, that it's just 2 buttons. It's really simple. And I'm like, yeah, it really is. But to be honest, for how simple the controls are, Zelda 1 still manages to be a pretty challenging game. Especially near the end.
It's a bit challenging. It's definitely challenging. But a game that isn't challenging may not just be enjoyable to some. Like, I enjoy a challenge. I made some pretty nasty monstrosities before. But yeah.
I bet Tor enjoyed that one.
But anybody that has been through my Wily Stronghold 3 in the first Mega Man Eternal knows that I enjoy challenges.
Wasn't Tora a tester for you?
Yeah, Marcus and Tor.
Oh, you guys must love him so much for that.
Marcus X Tor. It's all about the love.
Marcus X Tor.
Anyways, let's get to the next one. We're just about there. Yeah, as Cody's saying, I definitely agree. Like, the controls aren't broken in any way in the first Zelda game. But it's basically, he's saying, oh, well, the controls, I just can't do them. Like these sophisticated controllers they got these days. Like, it's laughable when someone says, I can't get used to the controls of a game like that. Like using the controls.
Yeah, and then you could always just play the 3DS or Wii version of it. Like, really. You could use those controllers. Oh, good! Is it bottom of the well? It's probably bottom of the well. Yeah. Well, fuck bottom of the well.
It is the bottom of the well.
I'm just looking for something real fast.
The bottom of the well from Master Quest. Oh. Very few know about this place. The trollness.
I fucking hate this dungeon.
For those who say that the water temple is bad from Ocarina of Time have not played the bottom of the well from Master Quest. Here, I'll let you guess how long it took me to beat it. 2 hours? Probably where the water temple is? Nope. 3 hours?
Wow, it takes you 2 hours to complete the
4
water
to 5 hours. This deceptively easy dungeon took me 4 to 5 hours to beat it. You probably think I'm kidding. I'm not. The bottom of the well adds on a false sense of progression because you'll be opening chests that contain nothing at sporadic moments. In other words, this dungeon trolls you in thinking you're making progress, but you're making diddly squat for hours until you find the lens of truth. But wait a second, Slashstar, isn't it where the mini-boss is? No. And so you think that it's got to be in a chest around the dungeon. But here's the catch. It's invisible to the naked eye and the map, at which you need the lens of truth to find the lens of truth. That is the most convoluted trolling I've ever seen in a video game. The dungeon keeps waving the lens of truth out of your reach like you're a hamster trying to get out of a cage for hours, and you're never going to get it because you can't see how much progress you're making. You have chests that troll you with useless items, and after adding on hours of feeling like you've done nothing to get things moving forward, it's not a happy journey. This is far from one of those situations where you find something where you celebrate and get satisfaction. This is one of those situations where you wonder what the heck did you do with your life for the past 4 hours. Knowing a problem got translated from 5 to 10 minutes from Ocarina of Time to 4 hours of Master Quest just because a chest is invisible is the most screwed up thing in Zelda history. That's right, I said in Zelda history. Official or unofficial, this is the worst. Master Quest is, in my opinion, a game that shouldn't be uncovered by many Zelda fans. This game will haunt you. It will kick you. Players know when they play this game that they are in that crazy zone and want pain and suffering. Some pain is good. It makes you stronger, which is what I like from Master Quest because it's challenging. So there's the good pain in this game. And then there's that brutally unnecessary pain of kicking the horse over, killing it, and continuing to kick it, and bottom of the well indeed does this. Because I am not going through this mod again because I've forgotten where the lens of truth is. A single dungeon glares at me from a distance enough, my number 2 entry, to never pick up and finish the game again. Now you must think the water temple is a million times worse in this version. Well, in the Master Quest mod, it is now the easiest dungeon in the game now. Ironic, huh? Nice way to add the cherry on top there, Master Quest.
Okay, we all gotta love Zelda the Lost Levels.
I have something for you guys.
What is it, Tor?
I've kind of messed it up because I don't recall exactly everything, but I will try to do some of it. I don't to call that part. It's kind of like always it goes like. So then we go like this. What theme, Toxic? What theme is that?
I know that theme. It's from Ocarina of Time, right?
Yeah, and also Twilight Princess.
It's the Temple of Time theme, right?
Mm.
Is it? No, it's not. It is?
Yeah, it's Temple of Time.
Alright. It's hard to recognize the tune without the chorus and stuff.
Yeah, I know.
Let's talk about what he said about the bottom of the well. Now, how many of you have actually beaten Master Quest?
Well is a horrible dungeon. It is fucking hard. It is probably the hardest Zelda dungeon I've ever done. It is fucking ridiculous. But in regards to what he was saying,
actually, as weird as that sounds.
In regards to what he said, it is very deceptive in its design, but it's supposed to be. I don't know why he's even complaining about the Master Quest dungeons, because Master Quest is designed to be a fucking jerk.
Yeah, and one thing I wanted to add to that was, if I remember correctly, now keep in mind I played it on the GameCube, like when they had Master Quest with the normal Ocarina of Time. That if you pre-ordered it, pre-ordered Wind Waker, you got this thing. Well, if I remember well this dungeon, I remember the invisible chest. The camera would focus on the invisible chest whenever you do another puzzle thing to get you closer to it.
Yeah.
So I don't know why he's complaining about the chest being invisible. You don't need the Lens of Truth to get the Lens of Truth. It is definitely hard.
It makes me really angry when I stepped into that after speedrunning it so many times, right?
Yeah.
When you speedrun the bottom of the well is literally 1.5 minutes long when you speedrun it.
Yeah.
Because literally all you do is run right through, play Zelda's Lullaby to lower the water, go fight Dead Hand, and you're done. But in this one, you gotta do all that stuff. You literally have to do everything in the dungeon. I don't like that dungeon. I was stuck there for hours.
Yeah, it is. It's tricky. It's tricky, but it's so satisfying when you get the Lens of Truth. You're like, man.
Yeah.
But let's go to number one. Number one. Now, this is the only one on this list that I actually genuinely agree with. But the points he gives to do so are somewhat flawed, and I'll explain after. But
Is that Phantom Hourglass?
Yes.
Okay, then I think I know what dungeon it is. I haven't played it, but my brother did. And is it like the temple? I'm assuming it's the Temple of the Ocean King, because I remember my brother getting angry about it.
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay. I don't know why it's bad, though. I just remember my brother not liking it. Alrighty.
This is just incredible.
All those farting trumpets, gotta love them.
The Temple of the Ocean King, the series from Phantom Hourglass. There is no excuse for this. None. Nothing at all. Phantom Hourglass does deserve its love for what it does right, but it does get a lot of hate, and I personally think it deserves it just because of the series of dungeons on its overall execution. For those who don't know, I'll fill you in. The Temple of the Ocean King is a hub dungeon where every time you come back to it, you go a little farther into its depths every time. But there is no checkpoint system. And the puzzles reset every time you come back to it, meaning you have to redo your progress from square one every time, plus a little more each time you come back. Now add on that you do this 6 times. Here's a way to put it into perspective. Imagine you're playing a Mega Man game and beating a Robot Master. Now imagine the next time you have to repeat the first one, then do the second one. Okay? You can grit your teeth and do it. But it's fun.
Mega Man.
Time you have to redo the first, the second, and then the third. Now the Ocean King does this pattern 6 times. 6 times. Just Okay, so let's for a moment and talk to the Phantom Hourglass players for a moment. I agree. Phantom Hourglass is a great Zelda game in its own right and atmosphere. And the reason I personally don't hate this dungeon so much is because I paced myself evenly over time, doing a section of the Ocean King in between another day so it didn't drag. However, Phantom Hourglass players, there is one argument we can't ever get around for those who hate this game just because of this dungeon. Some games...
He says he doesn't hate it as much as other dungeons, but it's number 1 on his list. What the fuck?
Yeah, that one I'm gonna be quite confused over. You'd think number 1 would be something, seeing as he uses the word hate, it'd be something, and even then he premised this whole thing based on, oh, I'm gonna be angry, because that's the best way of expressing your hatred. No, you didn't even do a whole lot of that. but I'm going to I will finish this number 1 here, and then I'll explain what's wrong with his Robot Master analogy.
Oh boy.
Gamers prefer playing their video games longer than others, and some play them for shorter times. Now picture a Zelda player who wants to play through this game in one big long play session. The Ocean King is going to keep rubbing its one overwhelming flaw in their faces maliciously, and this can't happen. This is my biggest point and why I think the Temple of the Ocean King is the worst Zelda dungeon of all time. The developers looked at this and literally said, okay, we'll let this slide. You know, in video editing, it's very important to do the quality over quantity approach. Editing is a top-notch tool to keep something entertaining, and it should be basic knowledge to keeping things professional. And well, we're looking at the opposite. They didn't edit. They let the quantity in. This is sloppy. This is F-grade material. And this isn't professional. And you know all you had to do, Nintendo, to keep the floor intact underneath you when it came to this game? A checkpoint system. Phantom Hourglass would have avoided the label by some to be the worst Zelda of all time if all you had to do is follow the simple, essential rule. Alright, we're done. Both sides of the Zelda dungeons are done. It was really fun to do this list. Thanks for requesting it. It was good to dip into Zelda again. Will I be doing more? Certainly. I could do a songs countdown. I have some reviews down the line. But for now, I've got to finish up the top 10 things I like in hate video. We'll see where it goes from there. Thanks for stopping by, and thanks for watching. Ciao.
What the fuck is going on right now? Oh no, I want to look at his beautiful face some more. Thanks.
I just wonder what to say about all of this.
Okay, so I wanted to explain what's wrong with that analogy. Can I just do that first? Okay, so he uses the analogy of Robot Masters and Mega Man. Now keep in mind that completing Robot Masters themselves, each one of those is a stage. So you have to complete the whole thing, you gotta fight a Robot Master at the end. So, right off the hoot, that's a horrible analogy because it's already, like, you made it sound like each one of these floors you have to get through is longer than a Robot Master level, which ain't true. Second, now, keep in mind, I've only watched someone be Phantom Hourglass. I do have the game. And it's actually because of this dungeon I didn't actually finish it. So that's why I can relate to what he's saying. Because I got bored of this dungeon. But the thing is, he doesn't acknowledge, but he does correct it in his comment section. He acknowledges it in the comment section of his video, is that there is shortcuts to lower floors in this temple if you have the appropriate items. So it's
Okay,
not
do you
like
see this?
Robot Master successively and then doing it again and again and again. It's more like if the Robot Master levels had like a secret tunnel that lets you get all the way to the end and didn't fight a Robot Master because you already beat it. That's how you would analyze.
Well, Dan, I think you might have moved into talking about like.
Example.
Hey, guys, do you see this?
Yes, I do.
Oh,
Here, I'll focus on
play
that.
through a bit.
It's like he's saying, blah, 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 I can't video game. Blah, blah, blah.
Well, it's the fact that he gets things wrong, right? And he goes on this tone and like, oh, you're allowed to have your opinion, my opinion. So, like, why? Like, what's the point if I'm not allowed to criticize your opinion because it's your opinion? Like, opinions aren't facts, so they are all game for criticism. And even then, if you're in a domain where you're normally finding out new stuff, criticizing the facts themselves is useful. But that's normally not what we're doing here. We're just talking about video games.
Oh, look, this is beautiful, Oh,
Poop Aragama.
baby gommas.
Simply delicious. Oh. La 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 la.
So what are we watching?
Okay, so Cody wanted to join the stream, so I just got to send him a link, and I think he was going to put something on, if I remember
Yeah, I
correctly.
think so too.
Hey, Dan,
Hello,
Dan, are you okay?
I'm gonna hit the eye. Did you see that
I'm
hit?
doing all right.
Did anyone see that hit?
Yeah, I did. I'm surviving. Yeah, I'm actually sick, so I'm I'm
You
enjoying
sound
this
sick.
with you guys.
You sound very sick.
That's life.
Did Marcus leave? Did Marcus die?
Marcus, it looks like it.
Were you thinking about penises again?
Maybe when I said the word hard.
Yeah.
That did it.
But yeah, I don't agree with a lot of the stuff he said.
Yeah, his opinions are very, very, very unique. If I were to put it positively.
But the Forest Temple. The Forest Temple.
Yeah, that one was a curveball.
Temple, Eagle's Tower, Ancient Cistern. Why are these dungeons on the list?
Yeah, and even Eagle's Tower, he said that it's a good dungeon. No,
Yeah.
he said it's great, in fact.
It did. The only thing that was negative was the boss.
Yeah, but that's a subject for another list entirely.
Oh, this is so beautiful. This is so beautiful. I just have to freeze it there. Look
Mark
at it.
Laura, make out with that thing.
Look. Look
Yeah.
at it. The eye is alive.
Anytime,
Really?
Cody.
There's one eye alive. And some small baby goblin. So use the hero sprawl and shoot.
But yeah,
Oh, is this your video,
guy
Tor?
also made a video.
That's the.
Yeah, this is Tor's playthrough of that game.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that's my playthrough.
But yeah, no, this guy has done several different videos, like basically why he doesn't like Majora's Mask, and it's just about as flawed as this one.
Yeah,
He said
He's also done Link Between Worlds.
that
he has
one made
his-
me angry.
Yeah, it was pretty frustrating.
Surprisingly, since Majora's Mask is my favorite, you would have thought the Majora's Mask one would have made me angry, but it didn't. Yeah, a lot of people don't like Majora's Mask.
You know,
Yeah.
the Forest Temple pushed that threshold.
I wanted to kill myself. It's like, what?
Okay,
nearly
but
killed
guys,
the
I have
enemy.
something for you.
Well, what is it? Is it going to be copyrighted?
Cody.
And by the way, hello to you, Cody.
Hello,
Salutations, everyone.
Salutations.
Okay, do you want to hear this?
Sure.
Okay, let's give it a shout. Come on, come on. There we are loading. Yeah.
You make music, Tor?
Yes, play some good music.
It's actually played on my
That's pretty
keyboard.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Oh, this is beautiful. This is so beautiful. Creepy. You were not that tall, were you? Easy, boss. And then suddenly. I was trying to use some humor there.
That picture of Tor's displayed picture in the corner terrifies me. Here, I'll bring it back, guys. If you guys like, say if Tor wants to start streaming, for instance, Cody's video, feel free to do that. I know Tor has a better setup for stopping and or at least making the video play while he can talk too.
Oh yeah, you know I'm the baby hair. Give it to me, baby.
Yeah, he gave the link in the group chat. So if you want to start that, well, I'll be right back. I'll be back in
Because
like
all
a
the
few
girlies know I'm pretty fly for a white guy.
I'm pretty fly for a white guy.
Hello there, well,
Oh my! Oh, the nostalgic.
I'm pretty sure this guy's a troll because his points. I've seen this video a couple times already.
You know what, Cody?
You know, Cody, the first rule of the internet is do not feed the trolls.
Hey,
Yeah,
have you guys seen the Battletoads 4-player race? Part 1?
No, I haven't.
Oh, that's a bit sad actually, because somewhere in the first part, quite early or middle of the first part, it's like 6 videos. They are about 30 minutes each, as it goes for the length. There are Super Genius, Nintendo Capri Sun, Proton John, and Pickle 4444. And somewhere in there, Pickle 4444 is annoying Super Genius with pretending to be the nostalgic critic of
I like Nintendo Capri Sun.
Oh, he is a really cool guy. Tim, as his
In the
name.
bathroom.
Tim is really cool. But you know, this is like what made me think. I was like, this is kind of like this is making things interesting. Those guys playing this game together. Battletoads for all the games in the world. Battletoads. They're having a race in Battletoads.
Oh God.
That's just incredible. I wonder, should I just find that part? I just want to see that part because I was laughing so hard. What do you guys think?
I think it's good. Interesting.
Yeah, I will find that. Hang on, okay? I will try to find that video, okay? I take it as a yes.
Bring it on.
Yeah, I will bring it on for you, babies. First of all, it's just a bit, you know, ads. We love ads, don't we? Okay, do you see my screen?
Yeah, I see it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I see it now.
There we go. Second shot. Smack. Oh, what went off the screen?
I think it's actually in the turbo tunnel. Have you guys played this game?
Is this Battletoads?
Yeah.
I've never played it.
Oh, I did.
Once or twice.
I did play it, and I gave up at the rat race.
I played the arcade version a long time ago.
Okay, I just finished level 2.
Bring it on, Brian. Gophers.
Okay,
Gophers.
race 2.
Are these things gophers?
Here we go.
I think they're rats, actually.
Oh, it makes sense. Everything's a rat in this game.
I'm thinking of a rat in this game.
Yes. 9, 10. Worked.
Oh my god! Oh my
Really?
God, oh my
You
God.
got it? Oh my god, first death in the turbo tunnel. Oh man. Have some. Play this other.
Bless you.
Oh no!
Thank you.
No!
Welcome.
Oh, excuse me again.
I don't recall exactly where in the video it is, but I know there's a part, and I was laughing so hard when I heard it. Where could that be? Like 7 minutes or something? Oh, Genus was in the stage. And I think it was quite early too. There we go.
I'm still on level 2. Oh, gee, I gotta wreck you all.
I have a feeling that as soon as we all make it the turbo tunnel, there will be absolutely no talking whatsoever.
No, I'm not talking. Hopefully one of us will be done by then, so. Oh, dude, no. Johnson has to carry the conversation. I don't want to talk to myself. That's weird. Well,
Don't talk to yourself, it's so weird!
dang it, man.
I'm back.
Really did.
Let me put my jump Daniels.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
Hey, welcome back. Welcome back, Danielson.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're just. I'm trying to find a reference to the nostalgic critical. Oh, yeah.
Please put me against the wall like that. First race, yeah. Got it! Ah.
This game.
Where?
Yay.
Floating. Okay.
Alright.
Yeah, I found it.
Everyone's just like deep in concentration now. It's just getting ridiculous.
Oh.
So pissed off that I didn't make that jump 2 times in a row.
I'm so pissed off that I keep not paying attention hard enough. Fuck you, Patrick. I'm trying to pay attention here. God. Fucking Patrick.
There we go.
Oh.
There we go. There I found it finally.
Did they not just shoot the dog?
It was like 11 minutes out in the video or something.
They shot the dog.
10.5 minutes. I'm Patrick, I'm gonna kill you!
Okay. So,
God damn
did
it,
you,
Patrick.
did you check out that link quite yet?
You're talking about that video Cody sent.
Yes, Cody. Yeah, Cody sent.
Yeah.
Warning, warning. I think this guy is a massive troll because his points. I refuse to believe that a certain gamer would be this stupid. I'm just gonna say it right there.
Hello, welcome back to another episode of Fanboy Games Countdown. Today we're going to take a look at the top 10 worst Super Nintendo games of all time. That's right. On the SNES, the SNES,
Hey, I'm back.
the worst games. No, the SNES had some excellent titles, but they had some pretty bad ones too. Let's begin. Number 1. Batman Forever.
Oh wow, I just made it in time, I guess.
This is basically a multi-plat game, but the Super Nintendo port of Batman Forever is an absolute waste of a movie license. Terrible gameplay, with confusing controls, broken stage designs that rendered it impossible to continue.
See, it
on.
starts out deceiving, but shit will hit the fan pretty soon.
You know, I'm amazed about this video. It's made in 2014, and his microphone is that bad.
That's what I.
So, what is it exactly that we're watching?
You know what? We talked about him being
Hey,
a
Mark,
troll. This video here is actually published on the 1st of April. April Fool's Day.
I did not see the date.
Welcome back, Mark.
I did not see the date. Forget it. The video's ruined. I did not see the date. I completely overlooked it.
So what is it exactly that we're watching?
I thought.
Probably this is just an April Fool's Day, not a troll video, basically.
I thought I didn't look at the date. Oh my God! Just forget it. Never mind the video. Never mind. It's.
No, that's so good. That's so good, Cody. You're a bastard. You're a bastard.
That would have made sense if I would have looked at the date.
If you want your head to hurt, I can put on the sequel to that guy's video about why he doesn't like Majora's Mask.
But you know that was just hilarious, Cody.
This is gone.
That was hilarious.
Yeah, sure.
Here, I'll put that on. I think after this video, I'll wrap up the
No,
stream.
not after the video. No, we don't have to watch it. It's an April Fool's joke. There's no need to comment because I fell for it. He got me.
Oh, no, I'm talking about this Majora's Mask video.
Oh, okay.
Because he made one about why he doesn't like Majora's Mask.
You should also play the Link Between Worlds one.
Oh my! No, that one's too long. It's too painful. This one, like his opinions really just come out very, very strongly. Where he's just like, oh, I don't like it, but you don't like all the the Zelda games either, sucker. Like, he's posing that everybody enjoys all of them.
What's your stream? Which one?
Now let's get this one. Okay. Let's see. I get the screen up. Okay.
But you know what, guys? In my time here.
I did not touch it.
Guys,
Yes, and I. This won't be a long one like Link Between Worlds because the reason, yes, and I said reason as in one reason, is the only bullet point in why I don't enjoy Majora's Mask. So like last time with Link Between Worlds, I have no problems in anybody liking the game, and this video is bringing out why I don't enjoy it personally. That's all. However, there is something I'd like to warn about before we begin, is that the reason I am going to mention is going to be an extremely simple reason. Why I'm saying this is that there are going to be some that'll come into this video and expect a novel's worth of explaining like my top 17 personal Zelda games, but The only reason I avoid Majora's Mask through that rant of a video is a very small single reason. And you know what, the dislikes may come, but it hasn't changed in why I haven't avoided Majora's Mask between 10 years old and now, at 26 years old. Yep, the same reason I avoided Majora's Mask back then is why I am still not a fan of this game now. So it isn't a the game gets better as you get older deal. Here, let's just move into it. So let's head back to around 10 years old when I first played the game. And the reason I mentioned before is coming, so brace yourself. The first thing that happens is this part where the Skull Kid turns you into a Deku and this is my response. I wasn't a fan of it and didn't find it impressive.
What's that noise?
Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm fine with the fact he premises the sucker, but what he's going to basically come off like a 3-year. Actually, somebody in the comments said this. In the comments on this video, he sounds harder to please than a 3-year-old saying that the first 30 seconds of The Princess Bride are boring.
Oh yeah, I saw that too.
Like, what the? Like, this dread and this atmosphere, it's like building up from Ocarina of Time. It's like he's on his adventure. And it just throws you into this whole new situation that basically strips you of everything that you would think you would have, you know? I'm not impressed, suckers! It keeps going and going and going.
When it comes to the happy salesman guy, I wasn't a fan of him and didn't find him impressive. When it came to Talktown, I wasn't a fan of it and didn't find it impressive.
Just
About
like
the
you take my interest in this
I
video.
wasn't a fan of it and didn't find it impressive. I want to get to the point in Majora's Mask where I stopped my first time playing Majora's Mask after this kept happening when I was 10 years old. When I reached the Decade Palace, this was what I said to myself. I wasn't a fan of this game and didn't find it impressive. Should I think it was a bad game? No. And I can see why others can get into it. But the reason I stopped playing it is because it's not a game that I can ever get into. Now let's shift gears for a moment and talk about Call of Duty. It's a simple fact that some gamers are going to enjoy it, which is why it's popular as it is. But it's not a secret that some have had a hard time because it's simply not for them. So let's assume you play Call of Duty for about an hour and find out it's for you. After that, you can tell if the game is for you. The reason I'm play Call of Duty. What if another Call of Duty player came up to you and told you about better? Well, it wouldn't really do any good if you had a small sample of the game and not going to enjoy the experience. Play it through all the way because the premise simply isn't for you. Majora's Mask is like that for me. I've never found anything, and notice I said anything impressive about it. I gave it a fair chance and everything. And so after I dropped off the rental back at the video store, I never had any further thoughts. I just couldn't get into it. It wasn't for me. I want to know something before I go on. The stance I have on the game hasn't changed in the slightest in between me playing it at 10 years old and 26 years old, which is now. When I play through Majora's Mask nowadays, it's not any more impressive or interesting than it was since back then. So I want to prove this to you in how much I don't enjoy Majora's Mask. It's been 16 years since I first played Majora's Mask, and after getting into the series for so long, eventually I'm going to play it some more.
No, she needed to call a locksmith. I said, what? Why the hell she called a locksmith? And you
Yeah, Tor. If you're getting going, have yourself a beautiful night, Tor. It's nice having you on.
I'm telling you, she got a key. And you told me to call a locksmith?
But no. So he's already made his own mind up, and we've seen this in his other video. He does not like changing his opinion on things. Like,
I couldn't
understand
the video.
Yeah. Like,
I couldn't
why?
understand what he was saying because I don't know. There might be something wrong with my headphones or something.
Well, the big thing, like, I'd be fine if he thinks it's not for him, but the reason why he goes on, he basically starts judging the game as a good or a bad game based entirely on his own relativistic thoughts, as opposed to judging it objectively. But yeah, overall, like, I'm fine with him having an opinion. But Jesus, yeah, what did it take?
I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Impress you?
But I can't hear you or the screen. It's acting really stupid.
No, you can't hear me? Let's see. Let's see here.
Could be because I'm a Zelda fan and I feel obligated to go back to it. It could be because the Majora's Mask players magically think I'll enjoy the game if they tell me to play it farther, but for some reason or another, I did pick up Majora's Mask from time to time. So this is what happened. I told a friend one time I stopped at the Deku Palace in Majora's Mask. He really encouraged me to play the game farther, so I took his word for it and finished the Woodfall Temple. Majora's Mask went from an okay game to me hating it a little more. When I stopped playing at Woodfall, somebody told me the game was really good at the Snowhead Temple. So I played it up to the Snowhead Temple, and I started to hate the game a lot more. It didn't stop there. Eventually, about 5 years ago, somebody told me it gets good with the side quests in the Great Bay Temple. After not playing the game for a while, I decided to head back and try it out, especially with the internet to help find where some of these quests are. Guess what happened?
Oh, God.
Why am I not
Top
surprised?
17 Zelda games, some viewers were disappointed that I didn't reach the Stone Tower Temple, because it's supposedly the best dungeon in the game. Since I was close, I decided to head for the Stone Tower Temple. When I entered the Stone Tower Temple about 6 months ago, Majora's Mask had now gone from an okay game for me, 10 years old, and returning an instant rental back to the video game store to one of the worst video games I've ever played in my life. Now my worst Zelda game of all time next to
I don't think you should.
Now this is where I'm going to get
Because Jerry don't like fries like that. And
why
they
is it that I wasn't
I made 6 burgers.
an adult, because I knew what the game
Yeah, I
was,
did. I made 6 burgers.
and I didn't enjoy myself going through it up to the point in Deku Palace. So guess what that means? I'm not
This
going
is just a grease that's smoking. Just don't worry about it, Ariana. Go.
I don't know. With him, it seems like he's fulfilling his own prophecy. When he says, "Oh, I didn't like it. I'm going to assume that I've made this pretense that, hey, look, I think that that I'm not going to enjoy it, and I know what I'm going to expect down the road." Well, did you spoil the game for yourself in the first place? I definitely think that that the game itself has a lot of little twists in it, and you don't get the whole experience just from going to the Deku Palace, for instance, or Windfall Temple.
Common sense would dictate that if you didn't enjoy it, when you went back to it a couple of times, you should have left it alone.
Yes. Yes. Like, even then, like, I completely agree with people who are like, oh, well,
I like how the way you paused it, Link looks stoned.
Oh, my! But, like, I don't agree. Dude!
I think that mask is giving me bad vibes, man.
But overall, I definitely think that he's a hard cookie to impress, basically.
Implying you
But
can
then
impress him at all.
Yes. Seeing as anything that sets up a mood or has a more sophisticated theme to it, like thematically, it's just like, ooh, like, no.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, he made a big issue out of the clock, which is a pretty popular pretty popular thing to hate on the clock in Majora's Mask. But to be honest, I actually think it adds the much-needed tension to the game.
Oh, yeah!
And the urgency.
Like, that feeling when you're in day 3 in the Stone Tower Temple and you're like, oh my, I'm not going to make it, I'm not going to make it, I'm not going to make it. Oh my, I'm going to make it, I'm going to make it, I'm making it. Oh, no. Like, that's a feeling that is, for some, maybe they don't like it, but even then, if that's the case, I would recommend if somebody had an issue with the clock to go to the remake. Like even then, I'm not the biggest fan of the 3DS version because of the little tweaks they made. The only thing I did like is what they did with York. But even then, York was okay.
I like York.
But I'm not a big fan of the whole big eye tumor thing.
Yeah, that they all have.
Yeah, like why?
Yeah, I didn't like how they changed.
They want a weak point, but geez, don't make it on every boss, or at least make it smaller or something. Like, because keep in mind, those other boss fights are okay.
Worse.
Like, I was okay with every boss. Except, I liked every boss in the game. York was probably the only one that wasn't as climatic, but at the same time, he did offer a challenge until you figured out how to just totally break him.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, I don't want to go in the water, I don't want to go in the water, oh my.
Yeah.
But yeah, overall, I would just say, yeah, like, this is a game that definitely, I understand some people just have an issue kind of getting accessible to it. It has a different feel to it, But at the same time, like I didn't experience the whole game until I beat the whole thing. And a lot of people are like, oh, well, I don't... Yeah.
The reason most people hated it when it came out was because they were expecting it to be Ocarina, but it wasn't.
Well, even
but
then,
nowadays,
it was
there's no
acclaimed
excuse
when it came
nowadays.
out.
There's no excuse
nowadays. It was very
nowadays.
critically acclaimed when it came out.
By
I remember
critics,
how
yes,
hard
but
it was to get
by
your
the fans
hands
of the
on this game. So, like, it was just weird when it's hey, Marcus!
I can hear you guys!
Marcus. Welcome back.
Oh, man. I was trying to keep up with the stream via this, but this blew up. So, here I am.
Marcus, what do you think of Majora's Mask and Majora's Mask's remake?
Majora's Mask is pretty much like... It's like playing Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. If you haven't seen that movie, that's a good movie. You should check it out. It's like dark and, moody and all, but it sets an atmosphere. In the city of Termina, it sets a mooded atmosphere. It's like you should play it for Halloween if you want something light and light and put you in the mood for something dark,
Uh-huh.
It plays like it's an extension. It's basically an extension of Ocarina of Time.
Yes. It starts right off where the other one ended.
Because the hero of time, Link, is literally dead. He died after the fight with Ganon. And
Well, if you believe the theory, yeah.
Honestly, I do believe the theory. Termina.
I think it's a good theory, but I think it's a great theory. The one, where Link is dead in Majora's Mask. But it's cool. I like it. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't want to get into a big argument about it. I actually like the theory better than the actual canon.
I'm happy with the canon myself. I'm not one of those types that will speculate about ideas that the game developers don't tell you, unless they make it clear that's up to your interpretation. So yeah, but no.
I think that's probably the best theory.
But no, Marcus, while you were gone, basically what I was saying was that he's basically fulfilling a self-fulfilling prophecy. He's already decided that he's not going to enjoy the game. That he picks it up because somebody else told him, oh, go further in the game. Well, he already decided that he doesn't like the game. Well, what do you expect?
You can't lead a horse. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink.
Yeah, exactly.
That common sense is dead these days.
Yeah, common sense is a rare thing. It's actually kind of sad.
It is.
It's uncommon sense.
Yeah. It's kind of like you want to evaluate people before you give them internet connection, but if you do give them internet connection, you have to evaluate them further, whether or not you give them a camera and a voice to speak or a mic. Sometimes you have to do that. Sometimes people need a little evaluation because a lot of people don't make sense.
Yeah. Cool. Let's keep going on this sucker.
I mean, we're not hating on him just to hate on him. We're arguing his criticisms.
I am not hating on him. It's just he didn't have a good valid argument. His argument is invalid to me. Like, he didn't explain why. He basically sounded like gripes. Like it's like my son talking about, it's too hot, Dad. Well, shoot, get under a fan, son. Well, I don't want to. I don't want to move. Like, seriously. That's what his argument is like. He doesn't want to take the time to evaluate why does he like or don't like this game, and why does he feel to just splurt out his nonsense before he totally immerse himself in the game, like totally figure out why.
Yes.
This game. He had like this is his argument. He pulls me in with a good valid argument. Wiz Robes. Nobody likes Wiz Robes. You don't like Wiz Robes, I don't like them. And they gang up on you. That's a valid argument. But when he goes about, I can't control the guy. Holy crap!
Yeah.
It's two-button controller. It's simple. Matter of fact, hold on.
Yeah, Cody made that argument in the comments before.
Justin has a question. He says, "Hey, you're smart. What do you know about evil in world religions?" LOL.
You can't do this. You can't use this thing. This thing.
I like how that. I like how that question had literally nothing to do with what we're talking about.
But that's the fun. I like it. I like random questions.
So, what do you think about the evil in religions?
I'll be back.
Okay.
I'm not gonna talk about religion.
Okay, I'll talk about it a little bit.
I don't want to stir up some stuff if people disagree with what I believe. So.
Well, yeah. Well, like I'm just going to talk. I'll briefly talk about it because I only can talk. Now, note I only can talk from what I know about these religions. I can't tell you.
Yeah, you could also. Hey. Yeah. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah. So when they talk about evil, many religions have the concept of evil. But like personally, I couldn't tell you exactly because keep in mind, a lot of these religions were originally started mostly around the idea of oral tradition. So when they would spread their stories, they typically didn't have written tradition. So instead, they would spread stories around, and naturally, this is just where a lot of it comes down is. Humans are inherently very clique. They like groups. So if they want, it's mainly it's mainly the idea that you have one group and then you have another group, and this is something you see commonly in discussions. In fact, we're doing it right now. We're discussing something, although we're doing it a bit more rationally. I would definitely say. It's something you exhibit commonly in a lot of religions. Now, note, a lot of religions that I'm talking about pertain to ones that often are deistic in nature. Not deistic itself, but the idea of like monotheism or polytheism. The idea that they have an idea that they can explain the world, but they often are attributing it to, say, things around them. So if they have, say they have like one thing that they speculate the world all revolves around, like, say, agriculture. A lot of the ancient cultures tended to have agricultural gods, or gods of chance, for instance. So you often will find where one religion would say, oh, well, our god gives us the crops. The other one would say, hey, look, we got the crops, so our god is better than your god. Well, naturally in these groups, now keep in mind, this part, I would say, is a bit more... It's kind of something you put together, but I wouldn't say in the sense, like, this is something that kind of makes sense. Is that, well, once you have one belief system and another belief system, you often will find that these belief systems tend to clash with each other. So they need to demonize one of the other groups. So they got to out one. Well, that's why you'll notice that a lot of religion, like, at least this is from what I know about anthropology, is that religions themselves developed as less nomadic tribes came together and they started working together. As these got bigger and bigger, the purpose of religion was to control the state in a lot of ways. But not everyone. I have to point that out. For instance, non-theistic gods, or not gods, religions, don't necessarily follow that same suit, but a lot of them have the idea that just basically ground, hey, look, I believe in this, this is my faith when it comes to that. Don't question it or else I'll cut your head off. That's at least how a lot of the earlier mindset was on this stuff. But it evolves over time, because remember, oral tradition, as it spreads, it's just like playing a game of telephone. Now, if you tell your story enough, you're going to find that your story evolves and changes. So when you talk about one to another, once written tradition came down, people wanted to take this story and spread it around. It made it easier without losing consistency, but at the same time, you have this group mentality. That's why you see, say for instance, those in Christianity adopting a lot of mythology and stories that they liked from other cultures and religions. For instance, the Epic of Gilgamesh and Noah's Ark. That's a good example. But anyways, I think that's enough. Basically, it's
Is it the Final Fantasy Gilgamesh?
Unfortunately, I don't think so. But it probably the name itself probably.
I know. I'm just playing around.
I know. But yeah, there's a lot to it.
All right, I have access to the
just
chat now.
This is something that I've a lot of people come to based on what they know about ancient cultures. But I can't. Obviously, I'm no expert, but I definitely am a big hobby of history. I have a big hobby of that. But I'm no expert, so don't take it as conclusive. But I definitely would say, based on what I know from the literature and what those in those positions would tell me, a lot of it's down to tradition and in and out in groups, and one has to demonize the other one. Even the concept of a demon itself is fear. But yeah. Anyways, let's get back to what we're talking about.
On the subject of religion being evil, the Ark of the Covenant killed Nazis. I don't think they're that evil.
Yeah. Don't mess with the Ark.
But they're Nazis, so fuck with them.
All arguments are now null and void.
Yep. The Ark of the Covenant killed Nazis. Religion is awesome.
Here, let's get through this one. Here.
I just wanted the bread.
Take the bread then.
Well. So guess what's going to happen if I finish the Stone Tower Temple, do the side quest, and finish the game? Majora's Mask might become my worst Zelda game of all time. It is completely my fault and my decision to go through Majora's Mask, and none of that is on you guys. But don't assume that this game is for everyone. See, this is a fact. Not everyone is going to like every video game. You believe that, right? That everyone likes different things in video games and play different video games. So when somebody happens to say, Majora's Mask is a great game and everyone should love it, you don't actually believe that person, do you?
Wow, a lot of condescending remark there. That's a common thing you usually hear from people that like Majora's Mask. They'll be like, this is an amazing game, you should play it.
Yeah.
So, like
well,
what the heck? Like, what a condescending tone.
With any game, really.
Yeah. Like, if you like a game, keep in mind, Majora's Mask is a pretty critically acclaimed game. It's true, it's not for everybody in some sense. Because some people just can't get into that atmosphere. Like, maybe. But either way, it's very well designed. So, somebody encouraging somebody else, basically him demonizing people are like, oh, this is an amazing game, you should play it. Like, well, if you don't play it, how do you know it's not a good game for you? If we adopt the opinion-based reality that he wants. Where, like, everybody's opinion is now no longer valid to,
you got those guys who go like, no, your opinion is factually wrong.
Yes, and that's basically what I've been saying this whole time. It's like, come on, this is an opinion. People are allowed to criticize other opinions. They can be wrong, they could be right. Opinions aren't immune to criticism. Anything, they are they're least immune to criticism. Because they're the lowest tier of knowledge, you know? Like, it isn't even knowledge, it's pure subjectivity a lot of the time. Or speculation. For instance, when I was talking about world religions, a lot of that's collection of information that I know. But a lot of the pieces I put together are things that experts have told me, but they never necessarily, they didn't mathematically prove these things. They just know based on the evidence. But that's about the best you can do, you know? A lot of the time. But either way, an opinion isn't way more than a fact, you know? You gotta be able to say, hey, look, your idea is stupid. And this is why. The key word is why. If you're gonna go that route, you know?
Yeah.
More questions.
More questions. Here, let me play a little bit more.
I'm about to eat real fast.
We gotta hear more Slashstar, my favorite person in the world.
I'm
Isn't
sorry.
that guy that lost all validity when he started talking about dungeons, but ended up talking about a boss?
As a whole, everyone has a right to enjoy any video games at any time. Here, I'll show you.
Oh, he talks about Final Fantasy here.
I had to stop it there. Did you just hear what he said? He said that was the most hypocritical thing he's ever heard. I don't even think he knows what hypocritical means if he believes that. Hypocritical means that you say something. Oh yeah, he's gonna start talking ragging on Final Fantasy.
Oh yeah. And then I get angry at him.
But either way, I just think, yeah.
Finish, Cody.
But either way, I just think it's but overall, I just think that it's like, how is it hypocritical to advise someone and say, hey, look, this game's amazing, you should try it out, or you should play it. Like, how do you know it's not for you unless you play it? Like, keep in mind, they're of course in the age of the information that you can look this stuff up and watch a Let's Play, but that's not honestly always the best thing to do. Sometimes you see a game and you're like, I don't know how people get into this. Then you start playing, you're like, okay, well, what the heck was I thinking?
And see, that's the thing. A Let's Play can't do it justice because you're not experiencing the full game, without the controller.
Oh, yeah.
And the console.
Yeah, exactly. Because a lot of the time, it's just people giving you a slanted view of what they like or dislike about a game. It's from their perspective when they deliver to you. So unless you get a really good LPer that knows how to be kind of objective when he looks at things, you're most of the time not going to get that.
No, because most Let's Players are screaming numbnuts who...
No, not most of them.
Well,
just the ones trying to rip off PewDiePie.
Good point.
PewDiePie.
Well, I don't mind PewDiePie, really. It's just the people that rip him off that I don't like, and his fans. I don't like his fans. I don't have a problem with him personally.
Oh, you're mad at millions and millions of 9 through 12-year-olds? My daughter likes PewDiePie. But she's
well, as long as she's not a jerk about it.
But yeah, no, like, it's really, like, for instance, on YouTube here, like there are people, like, I'll just use an example of my game. There are LPers that do an absolute dishonesty to my game. It's absolutely terrible. There's others that do a good job. So, like, you can see, like, I've seen it where they make up absolutely everything that they think, and they don't even, like, even if they know they can talk to me, because I'm pretty open, they don't do it. Even if they enjoy it, or not even enjoy it, or if they don't even know something,
Oh, crap.
But overall, like, yeah, let's just not open that bag. We talked about that another time. Let's just say there's a lot of LPers that... Yeah.
Let's not continue with this video. I don't want him to talk about Final Fantasy.
Okay, that's no problem. Basically,
I'm kidding. I'm being sarcastic. You can play it if you want.
Are you
sure?
Can
play it.
You want to?
Yeah, it's just that he. I don't care, but he lists one of the, if not the worst Final Fantasy as the okay one.
13.
It is the worst one. No, 13's amazing. It's 8. 8 is awful.
13.
The war is real.
Okay.
So you like Final Hallway?
I'm a Final Fantasy fan. And like every other Final Fantasy fan, there are simply games that'll work better for me than others. For example, I love Final Fantasies 9, 10, and 12. Like every other Final Fantasy fan, I have Final Fantasy games I thought were okay, like Final Fantasy 8. And like every other Final Fantasy fan, there are ones I have frustrated with, like Final Fantasy 6 and 7. I gave Final Fantasy 6 and 7 about 6 hours each on gaming time, and...
Crash!
hate Final Fantasy VIII.
Is it that
I
bad?
think it's trash.
Final
Does
Fantasy,
Marcus like Final Fantasy VIII?
it's convoluted story and it's boring.
Okay, fair
Final
enough.
Fantasy VIII?
Final Fantasy
Does
7.
Marcus like?
Yeah, I played Final Fantasy. I played them all. Matter of fact, I got most of them.
Do you like Final Fantasy VIII or not?
No, I do not.
Good. It sucks. It's awful. Squall's a giant puss cake.
Yeah, it's basically Twilight, the RPG.
Oh,
what about
God.
7? What about 7?
7? 7 could have been better.
I actually really, really like 7. And it's not because of nostalgia. I only beat it last year, actually. And it's actually my favorite one. I think it's fucking amazing.
The only reason I play 7 is the battle system. And that's the only thing that shines in it. The story could have been better. They could have They could have made Cloud less of a pussy in that one at least.
No! Okay, Cloud in Final Fantasy VII is way more of a man than he is in any other thing he's appeared in, especially Advent Children.
Even Kingdom Hearts.
Oh man, he was more of a man in Advent Children. He was even more. He was a whiny little bitch like he was in 7.
Oh, well, at least it isn't Kingdom Hearts, Cloud. We can go with that.
Oh, you had to go there with Kingdom Hearts.
I'm a Sonic fan, and like every other Sonic fan, there are games that'll work better than others as well. For
And
my
Daniel's just like, let's move on now.
Rush and Sonic Spinball. Like every other Sonic fan, I have my okay titles. I thought Sonic Unleashed was okay, and finally, I had more trouble with Sonic Generations and Sonic Adventure 2. You may think I'm crazy.
But Generations was awesome!
He had problems with Sonic Generations. Now you're going to say Sonic.
Now I am expecting him to say that his favorite Sonic game was Sonic 06.
Or Sonic 3D Blast.
Sonic.
I actually like 3D Blast, as funny as it sounds.
Sonic Boom.
But it's so weird that Generations and Sonic Adventure 2 are down there. Well, I agree that Sonic Adventure 2, like, I love Sonic Adventure 2. But some bits of it aren't the greatest, but I definitely enjoy it a lot.
You know, we could say all games are flawed in their own way, but how flawed, depends on their craftsmanship and if they're fun to play and if their controls are good, if they have good aesthetics.
But remember, according to Slashstar, even Zelda games are incredibly flawed.
Well, then again, are we really going?
But apparently they're also perfect at the same time.
They're perfect, but they're flawed. The guy. I wish I knew how to quick show.
According to Slashstar.
Oh, let's see here.
Oh boy.
But ask every Sonic fan, they'll give you a lot of titles they'll like, but they'll have their okay and bad titles that they have a harder time with. This is normal. Every Sonic fan is like this. So with Zelda, why can't it be the same? I enjoyed Twilight Princess Oracle of Seasons in Zelda 2. I enjoyed Twilight Princess for its more cinematic approach in dungeons. I love Oracle of Seasons for the best items
going
in the
into depth
and I
about
love
why
Zelda
he likes them and why he doesn't like them.
difficulty like other NES games. Rainbow Tour was an okay title for me. I appreciated the graphics, but it felt weak in other areas. And finally, I don't enjoy Majora's Mask for its overall concept, and I didn't enjoy Link Between Worlds because A Link to the Past is far superior to that game in my opinion.
Notice I'm taking you guys shopping with me.
Hey, can you pick me up a couple of chips on the way? Barbecue, preferably.
Hey! I'm eating barbecue chips right now.
Awesome.
Give them to him. I had that off.
Here, I have one.
Don't mind if I do. Thanks.
How's the hair taste?
It tastes pretty disappointing.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
It's cool.
But like, for example, he's like going in depth about why he liked. Well, in depth why he likes and dislikes these 6 games right here. But he didn't go in depth on on the Sonic ones or the Final Fantasy ones. And I know this game isn't about those, but he still should have.
Because all over the place. He was all over the place. He didn't stick to his guns. He just, I don't like it because it's
sloppy second.
I don't like it because it's red and it's got a guy as a protect. Stupid reason.
I don't like Pepsi because it's blue.
I'm dying. Let's see here. What I got going on?
Some Zelda game as it is, so I felt its spiritual successor was completely unnecessary. Just like every other Final Fantasy, Sonic, Mario, and Zelda fans in this case, do I like every Zelda game in the series? No, and neither do you. I want you to tell me you love every single Zelda game to death to this day. Oh what, you won't?
I love
You
every single
actually
Zelda game
don't
to death
like
to this
Zelda?
day.
Zelda is my
There, I
babe.
said it.
Wait.
Nope.
I said it, but I didn't mean it. He just dared me to say it. He didn't say I had to mean it.
Well, it's true. I definitely say that I enjoyed all of them.
I've enjoyed all the ones I
from
played.
Nintendo.
Hey, no, Daniel, we have to say that the CDI games are just underappreciated.
But even
by the
Nintendo doesn't acknowledge those.
Oh, come
the
on.
CDI
They were
game-
downright winners. Link said to himself, I won! And then that guy, I mean, they got the lore and terms down right away. Lamp oil, ropes, bombs. It's yours, my friend, as long as you have enough rubies.
And not to mention it had a gripping storyline, you know. Ganon was attacking the island of Korodai, and Link had to grab his stuff. You know, and Bob said the dongos.
Yeah, and he had to see the faces of evil and find that squad of law guy's house.
But you know what? There's one thing that Zelda CDI gave us that will ever be a godsend: the duck walk.
Was it throwing a book at Ganon, and that was the greatest conclusion to a fight ever?
Yes. Yes. Throwing the book and the duck walk.
The duck walk.
The duck
Cool,
walk.
huh?
Cool. Oh my! So what is this about? The Krusty Krab?
Wait, what?
Oh, Cody's asking me a question.
Cody likes Kingdom Hearts?
Oh, well, what I played. I haven't played them all.
Yeah.
I mean, I like the first one.
I played them all multiple times. I could talk for hours about Kingdom Hearts, but I'm not gonna because I don't know.
I mean, I only played the first one, the second one, bits of Chain of Memories, and bits of 358 Days Over 2 or whatever.
Days is dumb. It's not a very good game as a game. That's a good story, though.
Some Zelda games from the series, then what is the problem in me saying that Majora's Mask isn't for me? Think about that.
There's nothing wrong with that. It's just that you're thinking it's a horrible piece of garbage. And that's the problem with
Yes.
it.
It's not the issue of it's not for me. It's the issue of, hey, look, this game is bad for blank reasons.
What the hell was that?
That was my brother. This is what I get for sharing a room.
Oh. Yeah, well, he uses the excuse that he doesn't like it to call it a bad game. And that's the problem
he keeps shielding himself. Like, listen, it's just my opinion. Then I ramble off on with a kind of really silly reason.
Oh, this game is terrible.
Like, but it's in my opinion. But it's in my opinion. Remember that. In my opinion.
Yep.
My opinion. In my opinion. In my opinion.
And we can disagree. Yeah, and we can
No,
disagree
it's
with your opinion.
my opinion. You can't do that. There's no such thing as right and wrong opinions. How dare you?
Right, wrong. I'm the guy with the gun.
Yes.
Sounds like a social justice warrior, if you ask me.
Well, that's why a lot of them were calling him hipster in the that log video.
Are we really gonna go into the SJW territory, Marcus?
No.
No, I'll go on for like 4 hours about this.
Come on, guys.
Yeah.
We
Do we
don't want to
even
put it.
dare like make an episode about Anita Sarkeesian or something like that? Do we even dare?
Oh God, you just triggered me. You had to say her name. I'm triggered.
That word raped me.
Me being a melanated person, I should be the most triggered, you know?
Yeah, it's the hierarchy.
I'm triggered that you're triggered.
The
patriarchy. Patriarchy.
Melanated and and a straight male, mind you.
No, Marcus, you have to use the word. You have to use their word. It's cis.
I'm a what's a non-cisgender person? I'm a cisgender. Yeah, I'm a cisgender person.
Now you're a total evil person, Marcus, for acknowledging that.
I'm a hyperbolic, emo, terroristic, cisgender person.
I sexually identify myself as an attack helicopter.
When you come in good, you know?
With a high proportion of melanin.
I identify as Marcus.
I recognize myself as a white guy.
I'm Marcus. You can't question this. And my gender is a dinosaur.
Am I right?
My gender is a brown cow.
You can't question it. It's my own thing, you know? It can't match reality whatsoever, you know?
We should all become Tumblr feminists.
Oh my. I'm not dyeing my hair.
Just get a wig.
Oh yeah, that's right. I can get a wig and I can identify as.
You keep your facial hair because they like that kind of thing.
Oh yeah, they like the mustache.
They'll accept you easier. They'll accept you quicker.
They like this thing, like right here. They're just like.
And get a hair weave.
It's like,
You should get a hair weave, Dan.
Oh, that sexy Dan close up though.
Dan,
get a hair weave. You should get braids.
I can throw this out and be like, hey, some weird thing going on there.
You need to look like Big Papa Pump.
I guess
Big
we are
Papa
talking about
Pump.
feminists now.
I'm gonna need a ham and an egg here.
I look like Big Papa Pump.
And I'm gonna be the World Heavyweight Championship of the world.
Yeah. The world.
Well, still better than John Cena.
Champions of the world.
I identify as John Cena.
Oh God.
Now you can't defeat me. I'm John Cena.
No, we can't see you.
Well, you can't defeat me, and it's because you can't see me.
John Cena, you really can't see me right now.
Of course I can. Now let's watch someone twist those words in a terrible way. That's literally how it is.
On the topic of Slashstar, back to that.
I
don't want, if he sees this, if he ever sees it, I don't want him to think that like I personally hate him or anyway.
We don't hate
or
you.
that we were hating on him. I want him to know that if he does see this, that he that I do like his personality, and he does tend to emote more often than other countdown makers, and I like that. But
yeah,
he needs to learn to emphasize his points and make them more clear.
Yeah, no contradictory messages. If you say something is challenging and you like challenging, don't criticize another one for saying that is challenging and you don't like that.
I actually like some of his other top 10s. I think some of them are actually pretty good, to be honest.
Yeah.
And I like his top 288 Zelda bosses, to be exact, because
I
he
just
tried
think
to
it's a
be as
little
unbiased
excessive,
as
to
possible.
be honest.
What?
I think it's a little
Sorry?
excessive.
Well,
Like 288. Like that is a lot. Like
yeah.
usually a top list is supposed to capture what you personally think and try to really represent it in a concise way. That's kind of what a list is. It's not an essay. But then at the same time, if he likes excess, as his videos do suggest, that's fine. He's entitled to that opinion, and as he would say. But I just think it's not as pleasant as it could be. Like keep it concise.
I actually think
Here's the
I
bad.
think that the length of his videos are great too. It allows him to have enough time to actually talk about each and every point he wants to make. But yeah. I think he goes about it the wrong way, particularly in this video,
work on his
the one we covered today. I think the dungeons one didn't go as well as he planned it to, or as he thinks. But he is entitled to his opinion, and I will let him have that.
Yeah,
I'm not hating on him because of his opinion,
but he could be wrong.
I'm not arguing his opinion. I'm arguing the way he explains why he chose it, what the reasons for choosing those spots are.
Like I said, if you go to my comment on that top 18 video, I said it's nicely edited.
Yeah, except for that one part in the ancient cistern with the people with them climbing the row.
Oh yeah. Like I was like, what? It's like it's kind of like me showing you. Oh, I bet you want to talk about guns. You know, as you're showing a picture of a gun. It's like there's no guns anywhere. You know.
Yeah, it's like ironic.
That's not how you use visual medium. You know, use your visual media to convey what you're trying to say. And if you want to slant it so the ancient cistern ain't interesting, use uninteresting footage if you're going to do that.
So what did the chat think about Slashstar's top 18? That's what I would like to know if anybody wants to throw in their hat into the ring.
Yeah. Well, personally, like at least for me, like there are a lot of problems with his reasoning. That's the thing. In fact, if you go to his video, I commented and actually tell him that. Like, aside from that, I had no problem with it. And the fact that the ancient cistern thing, he really just did not know.
Yeah. It was the forest temple that got me. I thought his points weren't very well made.
Well, that's the thing, like about
Yes,
opinions.
Cody. Yes, Cody. Yes, Cody. His points were very well made, and he has a sexy voice.
Oh my! Oh my! I just want to like masturbate to that sucker. Oh boy! It's just so seductive. But no, oh my! We had another video in the chat thing, right? Let's see. I gotta just make sure it's okay.
I swear, if it's one of those videos going John Cena.
Okay, it's only 25 seconds. That's not a big deal.
Then it's one of those John Cena videos. I swear, if it's one of those, I will slap Cody.
Yeah. Prepare to hate me even more.
Share it. Screen share it.
Oh, I'll play it.
No, don't screen share it. He cannot know who created that video.
Is it you, Cody?
Okay, I'll put it on full screen.
Out.
I'll put it on full screen.
All right, Scody. Scody. I called him Scody.
Scody. Sounds like a dessert.
Scody.
I like
a bowl of Scody.
Gosh. I had to do it. I don't know why.
Let's see.
Is this I don't even know what this is.
It's Steven Universe intro.
John Cena!
hate his theme song. It's like trumpets farting.
Yeah, like his theme is okay, but the issue is that like sometimes you need to kind of refresh things a little bit. Like I don't know. Like I guess they're going for the Hulk Hogan thing with him, so it's like it doesn't change really. But I don't know.
Yeah.
I just think sometimes a wrestler needs a different theme for a bit or something. But then WWE really like not to say it, they like a little bit. They're a little bit vanilla, a little bit of chocolate, but they don't like a whole lot of chocolate.
A little bit vanilla. A little bit vanilla.
Yeah, that's an understatement.
Don't even
I know.
Yeah.
There's a reason why I'm just not. I just can't get into WWE stuff unless I watch like Botchamania or something these days. It's just painful.
Yeah. I
Like,
never
the only
shared.
thing, like I want to watch a bit more is that NXT because I just don't have cable, but so I can watch online, of course. I just don't get as much time. But let's see here.
But yeah, I don't think Slashstar is a horrible countdown maker. He's not the worst.
Oh yeah. Well, like at least for what this is, like a Zelda top 10, it was pretty bad. Like the ideas, like the editing is okay.
I don't think.
Like,
I thought he could do better, but I don't think it was terrible. He kept my attention the whole time. To be honest.
Well, it's because he has very polarizing opinions.
Well, maybe it works to his favor.
It's kind of like
maybe he uses
like if I were to coin this like Jim Cornette, although I'm not going to say the F word because I'm just silly that way. It's like when he describes Vince Russo as it's like people just can't resist looking at the dog doing the other dog on the side of the road, you know?
Yeah.
Like that's really where I stand on that one. Just because I care more about the value of the ideas, and not so much because keep in mind, obviously I'm more of an idea kind of guy. So I care more about okay, well, are your ideas correct or not? You know, that's really are they reliable? That's where I have my issues. But either way, but yeah, I do agree that it's fine if you look at it otherwise. It's fine. But I care more about the ideas they present, you know. That's what my obsession is. But let's see.
And another thing, you can't contradict yourself, It's very easy to contradict yourself, I will admit that. When making a top 10 list, there's a couple things. Be consistent, be concise, and have valid points.
Oh yeah, that's all it is. Even just a little bit of writing could help a lot with that. A lot of writing. If you're gonna make a long video like that, have a little bit of writing to structure what your video is all about. Let's see. Yes. Now I have a question for you, Toxic. Has this gotten any third-party tags from Nintendo at all? I'm just curious. Just want to make sure.
Like tags? Has it been claimed for anything?
Got a message saying "Oh, Nintendo has recognized something in this video," because that's normally what.
No.
Okay, I'll play a bit of it. I'll play about 30 seconds. How's that sound?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll play 30 seconds of it. They can't get me for that. Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah, check. That was delicious. Cody has a good question.
It sounds so weird.
Actually,
Who?
No worries. Cody asks, actually for a serious question, favorite Zelda item? Wow, that's a tough question.
I said that earlier in the stream. I said mine earlier in the stream.
Let me think. Ooh, that was a dude.
Oh, I kind of joined a little late.
Boy.
Yeah, my favorite Zelda item is the Mirror Shield. In particular, the one from Ocarina of Time, just for the way it was used against Twinrova in that game.
Yeah, for me, that was really tough.
I also like the hook shot, but more in particular the double claw shots from like Twilight Princess, where you like
the claw shots are really cool. I really can't tell you, honestly. I don't know. I like a lot. Like hook shot, like even something as simple as bombs. Like sometimes I just have fun with that stuff. Like bomb shoes are fun. I enjoy bomb shoes. Or the Beetle with Skyward Sword.
That one's cool. I thought it was weird when I first got it, though. I thought it was a little difficult to control.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of adjusting with that one.
Skyward Sword items, though. I don't know.
Or the Beetle for me.
I like the Beetle. Once it's fully upgraded and stuff like that.
Oh, it's crazy when you got it fully upgraded.
Yeah, I don't really know. Oh, what was it? Oh, I can't remember what item it was. It was one of the new ones for Skyward Sword that I really liked.
You know, if it makes it easier,
I can't remember
top
what it...
5.
Oh, my friend is messaging me saying that the Deku stick is actually the best. Actually, a fun thing about the Deku stick, in the original Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, well, not Majora's Mask, just Ocarina, it actually did the damage of the Master Sword, so it's actually stronger than the Kokiri Sword.
Yeah, that was one of those weird things. Oh, that's sick. But yeah, no, I can't really come up with an ultimate conclusion. I just enjoy everything,
Come on,
you know, for the most part.
Well,
I
if
can't
you're
tell you
including
one thing,
bottle items, Blue Potion, definitely.
Let me think. Berries are pretty fun.
Would least favorite help?
Least favorite. That was a doozy. I'm such a horrible person to ask this. I don't really think about what I dislike.
So where's Marcus?
Because I tend to enjoy it. But
I'd like to hear Marcus's opinion.
If I were to pick a least favorite? Ooh.
Least favorite item?
Yeah, least favorite item.
Well.
I thought it would be easier because, you know...
There's a lot of bad items, but I had to pick one. The Dominion Rod from Twilight Princess. The Dominion Rod. Because of how little it's used outside of its dungeon.
Probably what I... Yeah. I'm trying to think. Or mine. I would probably say... Man, this is tough. I really don't know too many I dislike, genuinely. I guess if I were to go to, like, worst of the worst possible... not the biggest...
Gust Bellows. I think that's what it's called. The Wind Bellows? The one that blows wind from Sword.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that. I love that thing. It's fun.
Do you even like it in Smash Brothers?
Okay, not as much in Smash Brothers. It's a little too cheap. Oh boy.
What isn't cheap in Smash Brothers? And I love Smash.
Clever enough. Most items can be cheap.
But now you guys know what's wrong with me, so stop making fun of me, guys. If you're gonna make fun of me,
I don't think so. Let me think. My brain just ain't offering as well as I normally have it.
Well, we'll put you down for indecisive, and we'll come back to it later.
Yeah. It makes me sad that Thor can't stay on for very long.
Yeah, because it gets really late for him there.
Yeah, well, he's in Norway, right?
Yes.
Yeah, well, he can't. He's like literally on the other side of the world, so.
Yeah, that's one thing. I know I had to get used to when I started talking with Tor as a friend. It's something you just get used to after a while. Same with Marcus, because Marcus lives in California, so like I'm pretty used to like some good distance, but it could be way worse. My
friend is insisting that I say something on the stream, but it's absolutely disgusting, and I don't want to.
You can say it. Go right ahead.
I don't want to say it. It's lame.
No,
it's gay.
no,
and it's
no,
stupid.
no,
I have nothing against gay people. I have nothing against gay people. I didn't mean. Sorry. I don't like saying that word. I'm sorry. But it's dumb. I don't want to say it.
I have a
He's
feeling
gonna be
what
like
the word
nagging me on
is.
Facebook. Fine. What he said was, where was it? He was talking about the Deku stick, right? And then he wanted me to say something about, where is it? He says, does the Deku stick make cum in a bottle? And I'm like, what? That's fucking gross.
Yeah.
Yeah. Welcome to. You can see why I didn't want to say it.
Hey, it's not the worst that's happened on here.
No, Marcus's rape face is the worst thing that happened on here.
Oh my.
I bet that face just triggered a billion feminists.
The face that you just can't resist.
Here, hold on. Let me see if I can emulate that face.
That is. The video I posted is my reaction to the whole Deku stick thing.
Okay, let's.
No, if it's a John Cena thing, I freaking swear.
It's
Cody.
not a John Cena.
It's not a John Cena. Are you sure?
It's safe.
I'm sure.
That's very nice. I like that. I like that sound. It was delicious. Is
Now you're
Marcus
thinking
even
the way I think.
Oh dear.
I may be an ass, but I'm not going to, post the thing.
Good night, everybody.
Whew, finally. All right.
Marcus! I was like asking Dan and Cody, like, is he even here?
Cody? Or Dan?
Both of them.
It's because he's the moderator of the whole thing.
Well, they were both there, and I couldn't tell, so.
Nah, I couldn't see anything. It was.
All I saw was your open closet behind you.
Yeah. Oh man.
We actually had Cody ask a question. What's your favorite Zelda item?
A hook shot. Or the boomerang.
Oh yeah.
Because the boomerang.
Oh right, the boomerang. How did I forget about the boomerang? Oh.
Because the boomerang, because like they energize those Dekus, those, those jelly poppers, those things that you accidentally hit it. I call them walking.
Yeah, the berries from Jabu Jabu's belly.
You know how I thought they were choo-choos. Anyways.
Oh, yeah, those guys. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
It de-energizes those guys, and it can be used as a weapon. You can like not use the sword at all. You can beat the game with just the boomerang.
Yeah. Well, are you talking about Wind Waker?
I'm talking about Zelda, period.
Well, you can't do it in Wind Waker. You need to shoot light arrows at Puppet Ganon's big fat butt.
Oh yeah. You need light arrows.
And you need to use your sword. You need to use your sword against Ganondorf too.
Yeah, you need that. But most of the game.
Wow, Marcus, way to be a Slashstar.
Still, I still all the game.
Yeah.
Burger. Any other question?
Yeah, least favorite item.
The least favorite for all Zelda or just one Zelda game?
All of them.
Well, whatever comes to mind.
I said the Dominion Rod.
I say the rod, but I think it's the block rod, the one that makes blocks. You know that rod that makes blocks? That rod. It's only used to make blocks. Blocks that only hold down buttons. Not a weapon.
Oh, I just got a question for you guys. Since
Okay.
we've all played Majora's Mask, right?
Uh-huh.
Well, what's your favorite and least favorite masks? My favorite is the bunny hood, and my least favorite is the circus leaders one.
My favorite.
Whose question's happening?
My favorite is the fox mask, and my least favorite is the Deku mask.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. I don't like the Deku mask. Just don't.
I'm racist towards Dekus. They suck. Or I guess they blow.
But they got a cool song
Yeah. No, my favorite mask is Majora's Mask.
Oh.
Just from an aesthetic point of view, it looks so cool.
Say the
Well, the Fierce Deity mask, it's cool, but I feel that it's like too powerful, and you can only use it in boss rooms. So.
Yeah, it's true.
Well, unless you glitch the game where you can use it outside of boss rooms. Oh, that'd be interesting. Let's play the entire game of Majora's Mask by jump slashing everywhere. Yeah, this sound wouldn't totally be annoying. Yeah, imagine playing Majora's Mask by doing that the entire game.
I would go insane in 5 minutes.
Aw, damn it. Okay, let's do it for 5 minutes. Let's make Cody go insane.
I guess I deserved it for the John Cena video earlier.
Oh yeah, you deserve every bit of it. Take it, Cody. Okay, I'm done, seriously. I can't hear you, Dan.
Silly me, I still had stereo mix on. I've been talking this whole time.
Yeah, I couldn't hear you.
But no, I was gonna say, ask if you guys, if it's okay if I wind down the stream, because I feel like I need to go lay down for a bit. There's too much stupid. not from you guys.
You got it. No, Dan wants to go lay down and jack off to Slashstar videos.
Oh yeah, and I'll like rub mucus all over myself.
You're gonna rub Marcus all over yourself?
No,
Marcus, are you okay with that?
I got some mucus. Would you like some mucus?
Oh, gross. Okay, goodbye. It's time to end this before we start drawing penises and making Marcus cry. Okay? I'm sure Marcus had some traumatic experience when he was a kid with his penis or something, and let's just wind this down before it gets too out of control.
We cannot
Yeah,
go
if you
a
don't
night
want to
without
look at
this.
that, I just tucked a big snot ball in his Kleenex over here, and it has bubbles on it.
Oh, Daniel! Go off the air already!
Dude, too much.
So, with that lovely piece of information.
Hey, audience, save yourself! Save yourselves!
Pause!
Pause.
Pause. Up, down, left, right, B, A, start.
30 extra lives.
Oh my.
Anyways, guys, I'm gonna let you go for the night. It was nice having everybody on, and we had some fun going through some good, interesting opinions. I know. If I wasn't so sick, I would keep going. Oh boy.
Well, maybe next Friday, eh?
Yeah. No, that sounds good.
Maybe by then you'll find some other really crappy countdown and we could rip that one apart.
Yeah, I'm good at finding that kind of stuff.
Apparently.
Well, at least we survived both those videos. It was definitely
no, we didn't. Marcus had to be revived at the ferry. Remember? Marcus had to be revived at the ferry when he was driving in his car.
That's right.
And recently, apparently, I don't even know. My brain hurts from that forest. The forest.
Now you're gonna live with that for the rest of your life.
Basically, shit happens. The end.
Yeah, pretty much. But anyways, thank you everybody for participating in the stream.
Yeah.
Thank you to my lovely, lovely, lovely fellows here.
Oh,
have
you're so
ourselves-
sweet.
Yes, I know. But Marcus, if you haven't seen the intro video, you should check that out. I'll make it public after this
almost
is over. But yes, thank you everybody. Thank you everybody for watching, and thanks for tolerating me being all ignorant.
Yeah, thanks guys.
Get well soon.
And yet again, I decided to make a fool of myself while appearing on this stream.
It's the random stream for a reason. I was about to sneeze there, and I stopped myself.
Well,
now time to find out what that video Cody sent was. If it's John Cena Cody, I fucking swear.
Y'all.
That's all, y'all. His name is John Cody.
What video?